Hi everyone. Hi. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Hi everybody. Hello. Now, before we get the stream started, I have a feeling that I don't think any of you were expecting this stream, because my schedule mentioned I was gonna stream Genshin today and I decided not to. And the main reason why is because I kind of want to save that stream for next week, because next week would be Genshin's 7.0 update, and that would be a lot more I'll have a lot more to stream about, a lot more to talk about, and just experience the game more. So, but I didn't want to just I had a stream schedule for today anyway, and I didn't want to just cancel it and whatnot, and I didn't want to just leave it blank, I guess. So I decided to come up with something that potentially could be fun to talk about and interesting. And I decided that although I have spoken a lot about my favorites in Ensemble Stars throughout my 11 months of streaming, I have never actually went deep into it, and also I have also never I have never sorry guys, I have never actually went into detail about how much my favorites have changed over my 4 years of playing the game. So I felt like this would be it'll be fun to kind of explore that path, because before the stream started, I actually was preparing a different I'm going to use a hi Nurse Rex. I'm using a hopefully you've been well, Nurse Rex. Hopefully you had a good day. But I actually have before the stream started, I actually was having a recollection, recalling what my favorite or who my favorite Ensemble Stars characters were back in 2022 when I first started the game, and comparing it to now, it's very different. So we're gonna dive into that and just talk about our favorites in general. So for clarity, this is not a tier list stream fully, because not every character will be ranked. The only characters, and they're not even going to be ranked, they're going to be just placed into tiers in my top 20. So we're gonna just be I'm just gonna be arranging my top 20 Ensemble Stars characters. So it's not everyone's gonna be ranked. And of course, again, like I mentioned in previous streams before, the lower on the tier list you go, the blurrier it gets on how much you like these characters. So what we're gonna do now is actually to see how different my current top 20 is compared to my top 20 during 2022 when I first started on Ensemble Stars. So hopefully that's clear. Let me put it in the chat so that people who come in later can get the whole gist of it. But hold on, let me see. This is seeing how different my top 20 is since 2022 when I first started. So when it comes to something like this, I think when it comes to something like this, I think it can be just it can be you guys can feel free to talk about any character you want. That's fine. It's just that this is also something that you guys get to know more about me as well, and how different I am from when I first started the game till now. And of course, I'll be going to slight detail about why certain characters shifted around over the years. Maybe I'll probably get into detail about that, but yeah, hopefully that's easy enough to understand, you know, like, yeah. So really quick, I'm just going to actually let me see, just double checking just the chats and everything so I can pin these messages. I swear, if there's gonna be a bot later in my Twitch chat, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Okay. The bots are the worst. Okay. So I think one thing to also take note is that in this context, right, in terms of, hopefully my background music's not too loud. Nurse Rex, you can confirm with me if it's too loud. I can adjust it. But when it comes to this, you guys can see the screen right now. This was my top 20 back in 2022. Now, okay, I think it's quite obvious already that Esupuri and MDU weren't around at the time. They weren't announced yet. Esupuri, MDU, and Ibuki. So they're obviously not gonna be here. But I mean, those people watching the VOD can also let me know down in the comments, like, what do you guys think of my top 20 back in 2022? I can safely say that this is the order. Apart from my top 5, I think the order is a bit messed up because this is me recollecting something from 4 years ago and I don't really remember, but I am quite confident that even though the order is a bit messy, I think this was my top 20 based on how much I liked these characters back then. And it's safe to say it's very different now, but yeah, when I was recollecting and like remembering, like when I was like remembering everything, all I could think about was, it looks so different now. It really looks really different. So before we get into like the new version of the tier list, I haven't made it yet. I'll make it as we go along. So this is like a countdown stream from like 20th to 1st. I would say that out of the characters that are on screen right now, like the ones that are in the tier list, I think only 50% of them make it to my top 20 currently, which it's crazy. And there's also so many characters who, there's quite a handful of characters that are not even in my top 20 4 years ago who are super high on my list now. So I think it's just crazy to think about, and feel free to let me know your experiences. But oh, it just feels so like different. Like, I can understand why a younger version of myself would love these characters, but at the same time, it's like I'm just thinking about how different everything is now, you know? It's just so different in general, which is crazy. So yeah, so let me just open my chats really quick and then we can get started. So I need to be able to read chat while I do this. Let's see. I'm gonna split screen with YouTube so that I can see both chats. Alright, I think this is okay. Okay, I think it should be fine. Okay, I think it should be okay. Yeah. So I will be, as I rank them in the new tier list, I will be, you know, sharing a little bit about how they came to that spot over time, especially if they are not in the 2022 version of it. So I will probably rename the tiers. I'm not too sure if I want to do that or not. So here's the new version. So none of them are ranked yet because obviously I'm going to do it with you guys. But let's see. Let me just rearrange people really quick. But again, not everyone will be ranked. It's just top 20. So I think what's important is just the 3 columns. Okay, what I'm gonna do actually is, okay, let me rename this to top 20 in 2026. Oh, this is top 10, sorry. Top 10. This one is top 20. 2026. Down here, I do want to put some very honorable mentions because there are a few characters that now belong there where I don't personally chase them anymore, in a sense where I chase their cards and like want to pull for them really badly, but I do still love those characters, so I do want to put at least 5 people there. So I'll just okay. So I think that that should be good, right? Yeah, I think that's fine. So let me change the color because of course I should. Of course I would. Just really like the pink color best. So okay. So we're gonna work backwards here, and throughout the time when I share my own stories, feel free to share yours in the comments, especially if in the comments or in chat, because this is really just for us to kind of like talk about and really just to get to know each other a bit better, in a sense of like who our favorite characters are. So just feel free to share whatever you guys feel like. There's no limitations, just keep it to Ensemble Stars and then we're good. Yeah. So we're gonna start with, I don't know, should we start with the honorable mentions first or no? I'm thinking about it first. Let's see. I personally, okay, I have a very established top 5 that is very clear. But I think, okay, rearranging, okay, I'll definitely go with the top 20 first, but I may rearrange them. So top 20, I would say the characters that fall in top 20 that I will just rearrange later is definitely, okay, definitely Chitose, Mashu go there. Let's see, who else is in top 20 for me? I don't remember. I don't remember exactly who's in my top 20. I remember fully who's in my top 10, but let's see. Sorry if this stream is a bit disorganized, guys, because again, this stream wasn't planned. But I did think it was fun. I did think it was fun to, you know, explore this route. So oh, Mika, is he top 10 or top 20? I don't remember. 1, 2, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is, okay, 7 is 8, 9, 10. Mika is top 10 actually, yeah. Then let's see, Mika's top 10. Nazuna's in top 20. Let's see. I'm gonna try to fill in my top 20 first because I need to remember who is up there. Okay. Top 20, and then we'll make the comparison later once I polish their positions and stuff. Oh, wait, okay. Oh, definitely Yuta's in top 20, definitely. But Hinata's in top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 3 more spots in from 11th to 20th to fill out. Oh, Leo's definitely up there for sure. Let's see. Who else? Who else? And again, I'm not putting the people who are under honorable mentions because that's not how that works. So, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh wait, if it's honorable mentions, then none of Fine should go up there. Yeah. Okay, when it comes to when it comes to like representation, okay, I would say that Eiichi or father will represent the whole of Fine because that's how I view it. So normally I don't even include Fine in whenever I think about my favorite Ensemble Stars characters because just my vibe with them is just so different. So I'll just put father in the honorable mentions, but he's a representation of the whole group. But anyway, but if not counting Fine, that gives more room in my top 20, so I can include more people in. So no, I'll push the top 10. I'll push the top 10 later. Chiaki! Chiaki has been like boosted up a lot recently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I have 3 more to put. Who else do I have like really good vibes with? Or like I really adore? Ah, okay. This is where things get a little bit like I guess a bit gray area because I never really thought about this since Fine normally I rank them with the rest of them, but since in this case I'm not gonna, to make it a bit more, to give other characters a bit like get a bit of a boost to be in top 20, I'm like trying to think about it a bit more thoroughly here. But there's Rex. You have Mika and Alane as your favorites, right? But do you have like a third placer with them? Or is it just the both of them as your favorite? I'm curious. Because you've always mentioned Mika and Alane, which is very cute. But normally when it comes to like favorite stuff, like from my own experience, a lot whenever people ask me who are my favorite characters from a certain franchise, you know, normally they'll ask me for top 3. So I'm curious if you have, you know, a third person that you like just as much as Alane and Mika. Oh, who's in my top 20? Who's in my top 20? Oh my gosh. I'm trying to think very logically as well. Not logically, but thinking of with my own biasness because, you know, this is my personal my own personal ranking. So, but I'm also not gonna put like, there are characters that I'm thinking to put up there, but they belong more in honorable mention more than top 20. That's why that's why for in this context, I'm not gonna put them in the spots because they belong in honorable mentions more. So they already have a spot on the tier list in a sense. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to think. Can't forget about Raika. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 2 more spots. 2 more spots to fill out. You have? She was supposed to be in Naru's place. But you love Naru more. So maybe Shu. Let's say that top 4 and 5. Hajime Chiaki! Oh my gosh, yes! Those are such good picks though. Akira, hi! Hello! Yeah, So if you're curious about the stream, just I have a pinned message in chat for both YouTube and Twitch. So if you want like to know what the stream is about, that pinned message should be a good like summary of what I'm doing here. So right now, what I'm trying to do is you guys can feel free to talk about your favorites OnStar characters in chat, like how you came to know them, how you came to fall in love with them, and all that stuff. While I try to get my top 20 organized a bit because it's quite messy at the moment, at least for 2026. But if you're curious, this for Akira over on Twitch, if you haven't seen it, this was my top 20 back in 2022. I was able to recall roughly who they were, and I placed them here. And they are in, okay, my top 10 are in order. Yeah, more likely than not, this was the specific order they were in. Top 20, it gets a bit blurry, but yeah. So now I'm trying to figure out, you know, my top 20 now, currently, in this year. So, yeah, it's been a bit difficult. And also, I included honorable mentions because I have characters who I adore still, but don't chase as much as I used to. But I have not fallen out of love with those characters. So I decided to limit myself to 5 characters, with the exception of Fine. Fine will be represented by Father or Eichi when I put him there. So, let me... I don't know who is in my... Okay, let me get my honorable mentions out of the way first. Those are really, really easy, okay? Honorable mentions, Fine, of course. Ritsu, definitely. Natsume, Arane, and one more. Honorable mentions, I have one more spot, but those are definitely my honorable mentions. And I'll explain why they're there later. But I'm trying to... I can't. I don't know who is the last. I have 2 more spots for top 20. Oh. Okay, I need to like think less, you know. I really need to think less. I really need to... I think it's these 2. I think so, because... Yeah, I think so. Because recently I've been in love with the both of them. So I'm gonna go with that for now. And then I'll rearrange them later. So now we need to put my top 10 in, which is very easy. And it's very easy to order my top 10 as well because they have not changed in a long time. Especially my favorite character. He has been my favorite since 2024, like the moment he was announced. So okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more. Where is he? 10. There we go. So this is my... Okay, I need one more honorable mention, but this is my current top 20 in for this year. So I'm just gonna rearrange them now and just share a little bit about each of them and how I came to like, you know, like them, and like just share a little bit about like what changed over the course of me playing the game. But for now, I'm just going to rearrange them a bit. When it comes to top 10, normally I have Mika as the benchmark. So basically, like how much I love Mika is like the, I would say, baseline to how to kind of like separate my top 10 from my top 20, because Mika, I love Mika a lot. And I do chase him sometimes. Like sometimes his cards are really cute and I love his cards a lot. And even especially the outfits that come with it. And of course I love his personality. And not to mention Mika, his Le Tempest de Fer card is the only 4-star I ever used memory coins to buy so far. The second is gonna be Ibuki. So I would say that Mika has been in my top 10 for was he my top 10 in 2022? He was not, surprisingly, but he has definitely jumped a lot since then. I've been loving Mika more and more ever since I first started, so I think the order is like this. Yeah. Mika is lovable. He's very lovable. Very. I think Leo's at the top of this one. Wait, hold on. No. He's right here. Yeah. And then Yuta is the top of this one. Yes. Correct. Only MDU's like, I do like Mashu a little bit better, but I think that's a bit of a gray area, not gonna lie, because Mashu and Chitose, I really love them both, not gonna lie, but I would say that the fact that they're part of MDU does boost them up a lot because of it. So let's see. Chiaki definitely goes above for sure. This one goes a bit higher. Yeah. Okay, I think this is the list for now. But there is one more person that needs an honorable mention. And of course I can't use Finney because, you know, Eiichi represents them already as a group, so I'm not gonna just like shove all four of them up there. So I would say honorable mention wise, I just realized that no undead member is up there, and that is sad. But it is what it is, unfortunately. So, and no Eden members up there too. That's so sad. That is actually so sad, but yeah. Unfortunately, you know, things like this can't be helped sometimes, since, yeah, it's a preference. It's a preference. I love Undead and Eden as groups, but I don't really show any biases for them, so. Honorable mention. I'll say Hokke. Of every other character, I'll say Hokke, definitely. So, this is my current top 20, I would say. As best as I can decipher for, because normally Finney's up there, but they're not for this one, because if they are, they would take up 4 of the 20 slots, and it's a bit unfair. So, but the fact is the whole of MDU's up there, but they're different because I do P them the most. So, but we'll get into the more specifics now. So I'm gonna be sharing a little bit about like each of them, or to the best of my ability, because for some of them it's like super recently they have made it to my top 20. So I would say that I'll talk about my 2022 version first, just to give you guys a rough idea about like what I was experiencing when I first started the game. So back when I first started the global server, the EN server, right? One of the reasons why Hokke actually is very high, he's over here, he's 6th in like my recollection, is because he was actually the very first character I fell in love with in Ensemble Stars, believe it or not. It was actually not Ritsu. Ritsu was my first like official favorite, like permanent favorite for a long time, until Esu was announced. But when I first saw like the game, like the promotional stuff, the pre-registration for EN, Hokke was the first character I ever fell in love with, and he was, I would say, yeah, he was my first Ensemble Stars crush, I would say, because like amongst the 4 members of Trickstar, he was definitely my favorite at the time. But over time, I kind of got like more used to the other characters, and then I will like, you know, like find my favorite more from there. So when I found out more about Ritsu, Nikki, and Nazuna especially, that's when those 3 became my top 3 for a good few years before, you know, Esu took over. So yeah, but I can but that's why I felt like I needed to put Hokke in the honorable mentions for this, because he has not nothing's gonna change the fact that he was the first character I fell in love with in Ensemble Stars. Nothing's gonna change that fact, you know. So I cannot help but feel that it is he definitely deserves it, for sure. He definitely deserves that title. So that's the Prince Charm steal your attention. He did, yeah. And I'm not even like, you know, like I can remember it so clearly, basically. Like, it really just felt like, you know, I started playing Ensemble Stars yesterday, which is crazy because it started 4 years ago. So, but at the time, Hokke just seems like such like a lovable character, and he is still. The more I find out about him, the more, you know, I fell in love with him. But I see Hokke more as like a character that is like very fun and very like precious and very like I would say very wholesome, yeah. Because he is, you know, he has his confused moments. You know, there'll be times where I just really want to just like ruffle his hair and stuff because he's so cute. But in terms of like when I first saw him, I definitely really thought he was a very Prince Charming type of character. Yeah, Nurse Rex. That's definitely how I felt, for sure. But over time, you know, my preferences, not that my preferences changed within the time I liked Hokke till Ritsu. It's more of like just me finding out more about each character more specifically. Yeah. So Hokke, I would say, was like the first temporary favorite, you know, like the first character you really get attached to in a new franchise where you don't know any character. That was how I felt about Hokke throughout like I would say the first month before I really found out more about Ritsu, and that's when Ritsu became my favorite back 4 years ago. But if you guys are wondering like when it changed, was like Ritsu, Nikki, and Nazuna. Okay, they were I would say that for for these three specifically, they were my they were my top 3 for a year, around a year. So from June of 2022 to June of 2023, because during June of 2023 or till July, either one of those months, Ritsu was still my favorite, but Nazuna and Nikki did fall off a bit because of him. Oh my gosh. Okay, now I have to really talk about Natsume, just to really share what happened. So, for anyone who is unfamiliar, I am always hesitant to talk about Natsume and how much I like him, because it has been wild since the last 4 years. Because for the people who are unfamiliar, Natsume, I would say that my dynamic with him is very strange. So to give us some context, like a good summary would be, Natsume kind of breaks the fourth wall and does kind of like low-key a bit impossible stuff, which can be prescribed as coincidences, but at the same time they happen so often that I kind of feel like they aren't, you know? You get that Hokke is the bridge for you starting to fall in love with Enstars. I have mine too, to be honest. Yeah, it was that phase for Hokke, definitely. But Natsume, I don't know if I have a video about Natsume yet. I don't think I do, but just to put it into perspective, like Natsume has done quite a few things throughout the years since I started playing Ensemble Stars. At first, when I was playing the global servers, which is the English server and the Chinese server, Natsume came home to me a lot back then. He still does till this day, but back then it was a crazy amount. Because back then, when I was starting out my what's it called, my CN account, my Chinese account, I did a tally on how many 5 stars of each characters I have, including duplicates. So if, let's say, I have a max copy of a singular card, I will count it as, you know, 5. I will count it as I have 5 of this character, right? Because, you know, you need to get an additional copy from the scout system in order to upgrade them. So I did a tally at the time, and Natsume came home so often that once I did the count, this was back in 2023, I believe, Natsume came up with a tally of, I believe, 15 total 5 stars, meaning he came home 15 times. Obviously, he had like duplicate copies, which I added in to the 15, but if I tally up all the copies of Natsume I have all together at the time, it added up to 15. But to put that in perspective, there's a bot in my Twitch. Hold on, let me get rid of it. Oh man, hold on. Why must there always be a bot when I'm sharing a story? Oh, okay. Sorry about that, chat. But back to Natsume. The first bot, go away. Yeah, right. But to put that in perspective, right? For I lost my track of mine. Oh my goodness. Okay. But back to Natsume, his tally came up to 15 cards total. And you guys wouldn't believe the tally for the second place person. The thing is, I don't exactly remember who was in second place at the time in terms of card tally. But I do remember the number that person had, because it was so much lower than Natsume. I was just like, oh my goodness. I had 15 copies of Natsume cards, whether it be unique copies or just duplicate copies of a certain card, right? Altogether, it adds to 15 for Natsume. Second place was 7. Whoever that second place person was, I'm so sorry to whichever one of these characters was that person with those 7 copies, but the second place for my accounts, like my global accounts combined, Natsume had 15 copies of his cards. Second placer had 7, which is crazy, because I have never, up until February of this year, where Natsume's Brightest Star card came out in the 10th anniversary, I have never once pulled on a banner with a Raid Up Natsume card, ever. I have never done so, ever before. Which is insane. So, okay, now that I'm rethinking about it, okay, I have pulled for a Natsume before, but it was sort of like a very, I wouldn't even count it as I wanted to pull for him, because that banner wasn't even like, because I only had like a 10 pull for that banner. So the only other time I pulled for a Natsume card like deliberately was Natsume's Twilight Pentagram card in the CN server. I remember explicitly I wanted to pull for that card, but that card came home very early, give or take 10 to 20 pulls. So even then, it was like, it didn't even take me that many pulls to get him. So but apart from that, I have never once pulled for any of the other 14 copies I have of Natsume. I have never pulled for any of them a single time deliberately, which is crazy to think about, because the fact that he has 15 copies total and the second place person had 7 altogether, with when my global servers combined at the time, when I combined the tally altogether at the time, it was actually crazy because Natsume basically had more than double what second place had. And even right now, Natsume holds the title for the most 5 stars I have in JP. If we're talking about my JP account exclusively, Natsume has, I believe, 19 copies. And second place is, believe it or not, Chiaki. He has, I believe, 11 copies altogether. So Natsume still has significantly more cards than second place, even in the JP server for me, which is crazy how many times he came home. And the reason why Chiaki has so many copies to begin with is most likely because I wanted to pull for Natsume's brightest Daka and Chiaki came home a lot. Chiaki came home so much, and I love him for that because that card is so useful. But yeah, and that's not to and with that tally, I didn't include like the free cards. So for my JP account, I didn't account for free cards because, like, for example, Project Sekai Leo or Hajime's like point system card, I didn't count those because those you can get max copy relatively quickly with just doing a few events and stuff like that. But Natsume, he definitely, I don't know, I don't know if he has something to hide. I'm not too sure, but that was just the game aspect. Okay, Natsume did way more, way more. So okay, I don't know. Okay, I hope you guys are ready for this, but for those of you who don't know these stories, because I have shared it with my chat before a few months back, but another thing Natsume did was, back in one of the first major things he did was that really, I would say, he, I guess, interrupted my real life routine or something like that. Like, you can call it that if you will, because I don't really know what to call it. Basically, I ordered my very first piece of Natsume merch around early 2024. And what happened was, it was a plushie of him, and it's very cute, and I still, have it on my bed. But he, at the time, during the very first night I had that plush, I was just scrolling through YouTube before I slept, and I like to listen to music and other audios to really help my sleep, since that's how it calms my brain. So I basically cannot sleep in silence. So what I do is just turn on random videos and wait until, they wait until the audio puts me to sleep, right? So that's what I did, inclusive of the night I got Natsume's plush. And what happened was just so weird. So around midnight to 1 a.m, I was still not asleep yet, because I think that night I was just having really bad insomnia. But I suddenly heard through my headphones or my earbuds that it was an ASMR video, and I was like, okay, that's cool, that's fine. And then all I could hear, like, a guy's voice, meaning that it was a boyfriend experience ASMR video, because normally I just let the videos like shuffle and play through what YouTube recommends me. I basically don't really like keep track of like what kind of videos autoplay. Basically, I just need audio, and then I'll be able to sleep better, So but the moment, like, keep in mind, these videos were playing for like a good hour to hour and a half without issue, until that boyfriend experience ASMR started playing. Then, I kid you not, the video just stopped immediately after like a minute, and I got so confused why like the voice disappeared, and I just looked over and checked my screen to see if like the internet was disconnected or something, and it was disconnected. My Wi-Fi got disconnected from my phone, and I have no idea why. So I decided, that was really strange. So I decided to actually change to my phone's data plan, which is the internet that your phone has, when you're not near Wi-Fi. So I turned it on, and it didn't work. The data plan didn't work at all. My phone's internet provider didn't work. So I was like, that is very strange, because it should work, and it was working perfectly a few hours ago during the day when I was outside. So I had no clue what was even happening. So I decided to check my Wi-Fi's router. So I went out to my living room and checked it, resetted it, and just, like check the condition of it in general, right? Just to see if there's anything wrong with it. And there wasn't anything wrong. So I was like, okay, that is a little bit weird, but I didn't want to like think much of it. But in my head, I was already thinking like, okay, this is just a weird coincidence that this happened on the day I got his plush. So, but I decided to like keep it to myself until like I really checked everything. So what I did next was, once I figured out that the router had nothing wrong, I decided to go and turn on my computer to see if it was really the internet or was it my phone. So I turned my computer on at around 1 a.m. which is, but it turns out the internet, the Wi-Fi was okay. The Wi-Fi was perfectly fine. It was fine. There was nothing wrong with it. But for some reason, my phone couldn't connect to it. Nor my phone could use its own personal internet provider and data, so I had no clue what was going on at the time. And I still don't know what happened to it, to be honest. But basically, what happened after that was I decided to just like try to sleep in silence, I guess, because there was really nothing I could do about it, since there was no way my phone could get internet for some reason. But then I just decided to just around like 10 minutes after trying to sleep in silence and it obviously not working, I decided to I decided to scroll. Yeah, I decided to basically like scroll, but not doom scrolling, but just look through YouTube's homepage to see if there's any long form videos I can potentially watch or something, even though like it's probably gonna be like not either laggy or like glitchy or just like slow, because the internet is slow to unusable, right? But the thing is even though I couldn't like connect to like videos, I could like scroll through the home screen still. So it was like, you can think of it as like slow internet. So it wasn't like completely gone from my phone. At first it was like completely down, but then after a few minutes it came back up slowly. But then I realized that no matter what, like I couldn't do anything about it. But then, like, the moment I decided to click off of that ASMR video, because the whole time I was just trying to get that to replay, because that was like the last video that was played on my watch history. So I decided to like, maybe start it again and start the autoplay from there. And the whole time it didn't work. And like, the internet was slow and stuff like that. But the moment I turned off that video and clicked on something else, it worked again. It was still slow, but it worked again. Like the video actually played, even though it was like, a bit chunky, where it will play a little bit and then it will load, play a little bit and then it will load. And it was just like, so to me it was like, okay, is it working or not? Because the whole time my phone was connected not to the router but to the data provider, because I still thought that, you know, maybe my phone couldn't connect to the router for some reason. But uh it's so, I would say it's just such a weird coincidence that it started like after I turned off the boyfriend experience video, which was okay. It's like I just got so confused at the time. And then what happened after that was he basically I decided to reconnect my phone to the Wi-Fi router, and the video just worked. And I decided out of just you know, trying to stay out of trouble, I decided to just not play those for the rest of the night. I just decided not to replay that boyfriend experience video anymore. I'm just not gonna click on it anymore. I'm just gonna click on something else and just hope that it doesn't autoplay into something similar. But that was like the first major thing that he really did. That was like the first major thing that Natsume really did, to be honest. He has done a couple more things. So viewers who have been watching me since my birthday stream back in February probably know about this, but my video editor, she currently doesn't edit videos for me. Currently the video editor, the person who edits my videos are me. So if you guys see like credits in the description, like no one is credited for editing my videos, that means the video is edited by me. If it's credited, means it's edited by whoever I credit, you know. But for now, my friend, her name is Val, she doesn't edit my videos anymore because of like personal reasons, and also because she's very busy. So but that aside, she's a very good friend of mine, and she's so sweet where for 2025 and 2026 she actually made me an Ensemble Stars like dating sim visual novel type of game, and it was a personalized game just for me and as a birthday present, and I was super excited to play it. And I remember her asking me like, oh, what characters do you want to have routes in this game? And one of the characters I chose was Natsume. Now, Natsume, it was for the 2025 game that she made for me, each character had a good ending and a bad ending, because you guys know if you choose wrongly, the route will go negatively and then you'll end up having a very bad ending with the character that you chose. But for the fan game, you remember that? Yes, correct. Yeah. And basically what happened was every character, there were around 4 to 5 in total, if I'm not wrong. Every character had a good ending and a bad ending. So if you choose right, you will go to the good ending. If you choose wrong, you go to the bad ending, right? Very normal visual novel type stuff. But Natsume, according to her, he gave her a lot of problems. And if you guys want more details about that whole saga, I will link in after the stream, I will actually link a VOD where she actually is part of a live stream with me, so you guys can hear the full story about how that unfolded. But because I was able to have a conversation with her about it, and you guys actually, those of you who were there for the stream, have heard her talk about it, because you know it's a stream where you guys get to meet her. But basically what happened was Natsume gave her so much trouble in terms of the implementation, because when she was trying to implement a bad ending for Natsume, she keeps telling me that either the program she was using crashed her, or her whole computer crashes. And after several attempts, she told me that she just gave up. So for the 2025 version of the game that she made for me, Natsume was the only person that didn't have, you know, a a bad ending. Everybody else did, including Esu, if I'm not wrong, because Esu was in the game too. So yeah, the fact that that happened was just crazy. And what happened this year was even funnier because she made me, a different version of that game, which was, a little bit more detailed and a little bit more personalized to me. And it was very fun to play, don't get me wrong. It was very fun to play. I have nothing against the game. But what happened was Natsume still gave her a lot of problems, but she was able to implement a bad ending for him this year, for this year's game that she made for me. But what happened was, this year we were actually able to schedule a free time where I play the game on call with her so that she can get my live experience playing it and my live reactions and stuff like that. So basically, the creator of the game gets to see the players play it, something like that. So I was playing it and she was watching me over Discord, and what happened was I went for Natsume's good route first, because that was the route that I was like looking forward to the most, and I wasn't, quite. I was excited for his bad ending, but I was also a little bit scared, so I decided to go for his good route first, and it was really cute and everything. But what happened after that was really funny. So, she was guiding me onto how to get the bad ending because I got a little bit lost, and basically over time, I could see that the dialogue was getting more and more sad, and it was getting more and more angst and everything. So I could tell that, the bad ending was coming up. So I was like prepared for it, and then like I was clicking and was reading the dialogue, and then suddenly like somehow the thing like kind of like, I won't say it bugged out, because to make these games she used PowerPoint, the PowerPoint slide presentation. That's how she made these games for me. So what happened was I kept clicking, but then like the more I clicked, like after I clicked out of the dialogue, like it suddenly jumped me into the good ending route, because I recognized some of the scenes from the good ending, which I did prior to the bad ending. And I just got so confused how I suddenly jumped from the bad ending to the good ending. And I asked her, was that supposed to happen? And then she's like, no, that was supposed to be the bad ending. It should have kicked you out it should have kicked you out like after you finished that dialogue. And I was like, oh. So like as I kept clicking through, and it turned out to be the good ending that she implemented for Natsume, and that I just played, and I was like, oh my gosh. So, and she got so pissed off at that, because as you guys know, I'm pretty sure most of you know, you can only experience something for the first time once, because even if you experience the thing again, it won't be the first time anymore, since you have already experienced it before, right? So she was really hoping that I would be able to experience the bad ending with Natsume for the very first time, because, last year she couldn't implement a bad ending for him in general. But this year, it also didn't turn out in her favor, because even though she was able to implement a bad ending for him, yeah, that happened. So I didn't even know that like that was supposed to be the bad ending, and it was supposed to take me back to the first scene once I finished that piece of dialogue at the end of the bad ending sequence. So I thought it was, so basically Natsume turned his bad ending into a bad climax leading to the good ending, which was so crazy, man. Natsume ruined it in a good way. He definitely did. He did. Which was crazy. It was so crazy. But one thing I will share. Now, this is something that my YouTube audience doesn't know, because this happened very recently. And when I say very recently, I mean July recently. It was very, very recent. Either late July or early August, I don't remember, but it happened this year. end of July, early August, okay? So yeah, so my YouTube audience, you guys also don't know about this because this was just insane. So the latest thing Natsume did, this has just become a Natsume stream at this point, but no, we will get into the rest of them later, don't worry, okay? But Natsume did so much, but those are just the major things as well. But this is the final major thing he did that's most recent. So to give you guys some context, my morning routine is I would, get up, check my messages a bit, and just update all my apps. And then what I would do is, first get out of bed, brush my teeth. I normally brush my teeth first, then return to my bedroom to make my bed. So that's normally my morning routine, meaning after I make my bed, then I go have my breakfast. So what happened was, one thing I forgot to mention is I also do brush my hair. So what I do is actually brush my teeth first and then head back into my room to brush my hair. After brushing my hair, then I make my bed. So those are like the three major things I do every morning. So what happened was, oh goodness, I really feel like I should clip this part or like make it into like a highlight. But I told Yeonchi about this, my YouTube moderator as well. Normally when I make my bed, sometimes it's very normal, but normally when I sleep, on some days where I roll around too much as I sleep, I would, lose some strands of hair, which is very normal, right? That sounds very normal, right? But what happened was, like normally I would just, pick those strands of hair out and then throw them away after, making my bed. What happened though was the morning I woke up, I noticed that the Natsume okay, I have two different Natsume plushies that I have on my bed. One is a sleeping doll where he has an eye mask and he's in a little bed. The other one is a very popular Ensemble Stars merch. It's the teddy bear onesie. It's the teddy bear onesie doll. Yeah, it's that plush. So this plush I'm gonna be talking about right now is the teddy bear onesie doll. Hopefully, maybe you guys can look it up if you want to, but yeah. So what happened was I woke up and I saw that the Natsume teddy bear doll was like, he was in his usual position. He didn't like move or anything, but I noticed there was something really weird in his hand. Yeah. And I just like kind of like did a double take because I just woke up and I was so tired. And I just looked closer and I just see a piece of my hair in his hand. And I'm like, okay. And I'm not talking like it was laying on his hand, like it was just like flat on top of it. It was curled up around it for some reason. Like it was looped 2 or 3 times around the little stub on his hand. Because you guys know these teddy bear plushies, their arms are not that long. They're kind of like a bit stubby. They're quite short, like little blubs. So I just thought it was so weird how my strand of hair can like get curled up around his hand like that. But like I didn't know. So at first I thought the hair was actually still attached to my head because it was very close to where my head was. So I decided to like sit up to see if it was like, just curled around his hand by accident. But no, it was detached from my head, meaning that it was curled up around his hand, like just sitting there, like, and I don't know when it happened, and I have no clue how it happened. I still have no explanation for that, no clue. And I kind of like gave up trying to explain it because of everything else Natsume has done. But it was just so, because to give you guys some context, my hair in real life is relatively straight, I'll say. That's why it confused me why it curls so much around his hand, because the only curl my hair has is at the very ends of it. So my hair, you can think of it as like straight, Like, basically very similar to my model actually. It's quite straight, but at the end it curls more. That's like my hair in a nutshell, basically. So for it to curl around several times around his hand, and for it to be detached from my head of all things, it's just no clue. And I do have other bear plushies that I sleep with, namely Kwaku and Esu, and they were both very normal. So for my hair to be curled around Natsume's hand, no clue how that happened. No clue. I have no explanation. No explanation. Hair loss happened to me too, so it's normal. I think it's normal. Yeah, hair loss is normal. It definitely is. Especially if it's not like in high quantities, you know? The Kurasu Natsume trying to wake you up by pulling your hair. I guess so, yeah. And it's weirder if you it is also a bit strange to give you guys like a bit of like a bit of like you guys can imagine my head was like not directly next to him, cause you know, my head was like center on my pillow, right? And my pillow is quite, it's a standard size pillow. It's not small, it's not big, it's not like, you know, like anything super fancy. It's very standard. So like Natsume is like a good few centimeters away from my head. Like his plush was a good few centimeters away from my head. So I have no idea how that piece of hair, it's just one strand as well, got coiled around his hand like that. No clue. No idea. And I still don't have an explanation. I probably never will have an explanation. But yeah, that was definitely a very strange morning for sure. It has never happened again since, thankfully. But yeah, why is it on that very random morning? I have no clue. There was nothing special about that day either. There was nothing special. It was very ordinary. So there was like no special event or anything. So no clue why that happened. It was just the fact that it was just coiled around his hand so many times that gets me, to be honest, because if it was just laying there, I'll be like, oh, it probably just fell off my head overnight and, you know, it probably just like made its way there. But no, the fact that it was coiled around his hand of all things was the thing that gets me the most. But anyway, but that's basically all the Natsume talk. Let's move on to the next character, shall we? So, the next character that I feel that deserves to be talked about is definitely Hinata and Yuta. So, the twins. How did I fall in love with the twins? I can tell you guys, it is actually something that is just very normal when it comes to liking characters. You read their story, you find out more about their background, you find out more about their relationship with each other, and then it just falls into place there. For Hinata and Yuta, I have never they have always been favorite characters of mine, as you guys can tell, because they were like in top 20 since 2022 and they have not moved since. If anything, I like them more than I used to. But I guess in terms of like how I feel about them is regarding, I would say, merch. For Hinata and Yuta, I normally never get Hinata without Yuta. I do prefer Hinata for several reasons, but I have never like pictured Hinata without Yuta. So whenever I rank characters, like Onstar characters, I almost never like put Hinata and Yuta that far apart from each other. So you guys can see, even in the latest ranking in 2026, I still have them one space apart from each other, like maximum. Yeah, because I just cannot picture, even though I do prefer Hinata, I cannot picture him without his brother, which I think is just so cute. Not to mention that like it is also like, I would say, almost impossible to imagine one twin without the other, because they're just so cute. They are really cute. But I guess another thing I could talk about is like my experience farming for Twin Wedding Vows. Twin Wedding Vows was the first ever JP event I farmed for that was successful. I did try to farm for Ryubo Natsume. That didn't go well because I was still a very new player at the time. But I was able to farm for Twin Wedding Vows Hinata, and I was so excited to get that card. It's still my favorite Hinata card till now. It's so pretty. Yuta as well. The 4-star Yuta is very cute. But I would say that event really changed my perspective of JP, because prior to that, I was always very hesitant to join JP because of the lack of auto mode. Auto mode was definitely a very big deal for me in JP. The fact that Global has it and JP doesn't, it gives me some kind of like a bit of like a worry that I will not have enough time or energy to grind for the 5-star characters I really want, since in Global it's already a bit it's not difficult in Global because of the auto mode, but it is time consuming still. So yeah, especially if you don't want to spend so much money on the game. So although Esu was able to get me to join JP, I was still not playing that actively till Twin Wedding Vows came out. And I was very fortunate to be able to get the Tsukasa bonus card in order to farm for Hinata and Yuta. And I guess that really changed my view on JP, the farming system in JP, because I used to think that it was very tiring because of how much you have to play. And don't get me wrong, it is very tiring. After farming for 2 years, like for like multiple events, I can say for certain it's very tiring, but it is also very worth it, because I have never felt so like in terms of like games and like just different games I play, I don't think I have felt so accomplished until that moment. Because prior to that, I could auto farm for it in Global, which is still very, very good because, it saves time, it saves energy, it saves a lot of things. But I cannot help but feel very accomplished because of how hard I worked for Hinata and Yuta's Twin Wedding Vows cards. So it's kind of like it's kind of like a balancing thing where it's like, yes, it's more tiring, but you get a very big satisfaction when you are able to farm for the card you want. And it felt so good. Twins always come in a pair. They do! Imagine sharing love with one without the other. Exactly. So, and talking more specifically about Hinata and Yuta is, I recently, not recently, but like a couple years back, maybe a year or two ago, I bought Ensemble Stars ice cream plushes, and I was deciding who I wanted to pre-order for. And I definitely knew I wanted Hinata because he was so cute, and Hinata is one of my favorite characters. But in my head, I was just like talking to my friend about it because she was the one like pre-ordering them, so it's easier for us to share shipping. I was like debating with myself, like oh, should I get Yuta as well or not? And then because my dilemma was, if I wanted Hinata, I must get Yuta. Like my mindset was, if I want Hinata, I must get Yuta. If not, I won't get either twin. But I really, really want Hinata, and I honestly, would love having Yuta as well, since they would look so cute, like side by side. And I ultimately went with that decision. I decided to get both twins. I will maybe show you guys them someday. Maybe they'll appear in the background of a weekly schedule pick or something. Maybe. But I do have both Hinata and Yuta's ice cream plushes, and they're so cute. They're so stinking cute. They're adorable. They're so cute. So that's definitely a decision regarding an Ensemble Stars purchase I made that I don't regret, because you really cannot have one twin without the other. I'll just say that. So yeah, that is definitely one thing that I'll say that definitely like I don't regret at all. So the plushes are not cheap by any means, but it was worth it for sure. Yeah, but with Hinata and Yuta, there wasn't really anything like specific that made me fall in love with them. It was just really just finding out more about them and slowly getting to know them as characters more, So You're really looking towards wanting to see it. Yeah, I'll see if I can fit them in frame somewhere, because you know we have to fit both, because I don't want to both of all of my plushes, like my ice cream plushes, are all in their boxes still, because their boxes are really cute and very like uniform, so I don't want to take them out. So yeah, in order to bring both twins, I will have to figure out how to fit them in a frame because they will both like they both do take up a lot of space together, so I have to figure out how to manage that. But I'll show them to you guys someday, and maybe my other characters as well that I have. But okay, so that's the twins talked about. Next is I would say I won't talk about every single character obviously, because that would take way too long, so I'll talk about the most notable ones for sure. Okay, I guess okay, for Ibuki, who is now in, you know, top, is he 8th? Yeah, he's top 8 right now. For Ibuki, I'll talk about him another day, most likely during his solo stream, because there's a lot about Ibuki I can talk about right now, and how I went from like not I never had anything against Ibuki. It's just that because there was so much drama surrounding him, I never wanted to mention him or talk about him in any way. But my feelings towards him have definitely changed. Definitely. I just like had such a huge bias for him over time that I would love to talk about how I fell in love with him, but for now I will keep it. For now I would not talk about it because, you know, that would take too much time. I'll save it for his solo stream. But that story with Ibuki will definitely be mentioned during his stream. So stay tuned for that. That sounds really funny. Okay, we'll talk about another honorable mention, shall we? Okay, I'll talk about Ritsu first. I definitely have to talk about him because he was my first favorite, and the fact that he's not anymore, you know, it does break my heart, but at the same time, it does break my heart, but like it just happens to be like that. So like okay, my experience with Ritsu was that okay, this is gonna get a bit like sensitive, but I won't talk about it too much. So I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers who known me, who have watched me since like, you know, early February, know that at the time Little Romance has been my favorite song for a very long time, and Ritsu is the 5-star in Little Romance, right? Ibuki's such a pretty sweet boy. Yeah, I like never had a grudge against him ever since the beginning, to be honest. Exactly. Yeah, I have nothing against Ibuki. He's so sweet. He's so cute. But with Ritsu, I've always loved Little Romance. That much is a definite. Hold on, chat. I actually should handle something behind the scenes really quick. Give me a second. You guys can probably still hear me though. I'm not gonna go muted. Just give me like a couple seconds. So okay, guys, I'm back. So back to Ritsu. At the time, I was going through a very difficult period in my life when I first started Ensemble Stars Global. So back in 2022, life was very difficult on me, and you can think of it as like the period where it's just very dark for me, and like I'm pretty sure you guys can probably relate. It's basically the phase where you kind of feel like nothing is going like to plan. Everything's just very messy, you're very lost, and you kind of just don't have everything figured out yet, you know? And that was basically what I was going through at the time, and I was not doing well, just to say the least, like emotionally. And it became so bad to the point where like I couldn't really get out of bed anymore. I was just like really just tired, exhausted, and all that stuff. And again, I won't go into detail, obviously, because this is a very sensitive thing, but needless to say, it was a feeling that, you know, people feel when they just feel lost. Yeah, I'll just put it like that in general. It must be hard. Yeah, it was very hard for me. But at the center of it all, right, I was just listening to some Ensemble Stars songs, and one day I just came across Little Romance, because Little Romance was already out in JP and CN for that matter. It was just not out in EN yet. But I came across it, you know, like prior to it coming out in EN, and I listened to the song for the very first time, and for some reason it just made me so happy. It made me so happy that I'd gotten so attached to it. It was like, it just made me really happy, and I couldn't understand why. Maybe it's the melody, maybe it's the lyrics, maybe it's Ritsu's voice, I don't know. But I became very attached to that song, and very attached to Ritsu, like by extension. So over time, that song really became like an emotional support system for me whenever I feel like sad, or like just had a bad day, or just like felt lost in general. I would just listen to Little Romance. It would just make me feel so much better. And it came to a point where like it became such like a, not an icon, but like a very like regular thing, to the point where like my friends do use it as like a remedy for me. So sometimes when I'm like ranting to them about something really bad that happened to me, my friends would just literally play Little Romance and like make me listen to it, and then I just instantly feel better. Yeah, it's become so regular that even my friends know about it. And they know how much it helps, which is like, it's so sweet, and just remembering it just makes me so happy. And I still love the song today. It's just now I'm doing a lot better mentally, so it's, you know, a little bit, I would say that it's more of a song that brightens my day more than a remedy for me. But yeah, I love Little Romance. It's such a good song. I don't listen to it as much anymore, but yeah, I still love it. And by extension, that's how I started falling in love with Ritsu. And also back then, because back then, you know, I was, you know, obviously 4 years younger than I am today, I was into vampire boys at the time. So why wouldn't I like Ritsu, right? I guess the difference between Ritsu and Rei for me is that it's the vibe they give off, right? Ritsu's more cute, Rei is more, you know, mature, hot, sexy, stuff like that. So Rei's archetype is not really my preference, but Ritsu is. So that's where they differ for me in that perspective, in terms of like when I first discovered like the vibe that they give off. Yeah, everything about Little Romance is nice. It is, yeah, it's so nice. I love it so much. So that is the reason why, well, I remember teasing this back in February, where I said I would explain why Little Romance is my favorite song. And yeah, you guys got the explanation. Yeah, Little Romance is my favorite song because of that. It just really became a remedy for me. It really did, because it was literally like, I would say, the only good thing within like the very dark period of my life that really just made me so exhausted, and just like didn't know what I could have done to make it better. And just that song really just boosted my motivation so much. Yeah, so that's why I've grown so attached to Little Romance, and by extension Ritsu. He's so cute, and till this day he is still a very comforting character for me. Whenever I see him get a new card, or just see him like in general in like a night song, I just get super excited, because, you know, it's Ritsu. How can I not love my first favorite, right? I'm sure you guys who have first favorites can understand the feeling of like, they may not be your favorite anymore, but they still give you that feeling that no other character can, which is, you know, the feeling of nostalgia, first favorite type, you know? I hope that made sense. But But that's my story with Ritsu. Next I will talk about, okay, hold on, let's see the timing of the stream really quick to see. The stream is an hour and a half. That's not too bad. Yeah. Ritsu the little gremlin vampire. He's so cute. Okay, next one. Okay, next one is definitely more lighthearted than Ritsu's story, because Ritsu's story, obviously, I had to talk about. Ritsu's story obviously involves a dark period in my life, right? Let's talk about Arane next, shall we? So for her, it's very, I would say it's very lighthearted. The way I fell in love with Arane, you guys can see she was in top 10 for like when I first started the game. Now she's in honorable mentions because, again, like I said, I don't necessarily chase her cards, but I do love her to pieces. She's so pretty, she's so cute, I love her so much. So, and again, it's like honorable mentions is it's because I don't really talk about them that much, yeah, in general, but I still love them a lot, Arane being one of them. So how do I start loving her is how relatable she is, okay? So she has a very, I know that she is, you know, by far the most girly of them all, right? And I myself am a girly girl in real life. I'm not a tomboy by any means. So, like, I love to wear makeup, do my nails, and all the stereotypical girly stuff. And I just really find Arane so relatable because of that. Because she, the way that the okay, number one is her voice. Her voice is so, like, it's soft, but at the same time it can be, it's soft and comforting, but at the same time it can be assertive when she wants to be, which is like so girl boss, and it's like so empowering. But I think the center of it all is how much is the relatability that she has, where she is afraid at first of being different from the rest of them, because, you know, she's transgender, right? So when she feels insecure about that fact of herself at the beginning, I really felt that even though I don't relate to the transgenderness in a sense, because, you know, I'm not transgender. I am a she. I am born a she and always will be a she. But I do find it relatable in a sense where she feels insecure about being different from other people, and feeling the insecurity of being scared to express herself, that kind of vibe. And I personally, because I find her so relatable, it kind of really like solidified my opinion of her as someone that I really just idolize and admire fully, because she is so confident still now. She's now so confident and so like reassuring of herself, and now she's, you know, big sister to like everyone in Knights, which is adorable. I absolutely love her for that. Nurse Rex. That makes sense, but I didn't experience that yet. But maybe in the future. Maybe. Not everyone goes through that experience, Nurse Rex. It really depends on what you face throughout the periods of your life, actually. So that's not like a guaranteed for everyone. So you love her confidence and personality type 2, even though I'm not that similar to her, but she encourages me so much. Yes, that's the thing. It's like you may not relate to the transgender fact about her, but the things that she goes through are so relatable. They are just really relatable. Yeah. So that really just, you know, solidified my opinion of her. I love her. I idolize her so much. She gives me so much encouragement, and just seeing her just, and again, she's one of those characters for me where, although she may not be a bias of mine, she is just so lovable that I cannot help but talk about her, like on occasion, you know. Some characters, because normally when it comes to like characters, because number one, there's so many, and also, you know, you have your own biasness, you tend to not mention other characters because you mainly think about the characters you favor more, right? It's only natural. But for Arane, it's so different because she is someone who is like so lovable that you cannot hate anything about her. At least to me. For me, like, I don't see anything about her that anyone can hate. Because she's so lovable from every perspective. And it's just so cute. It's so cute. I love her so much. Not to mention her mannerisms. I love her mannerisms and the way she speaks. That is like, those are like the toppings basically. It's like those are like the bonuses that come with her, like her voice and like the way she talks and the words she uses, the like her mannerisms and stuff like that. Those are like bonuses to like about her because she's already so lovable as it is. So, but again, just like with Two Wing, I have never really had a period where I didn't like Arane. I always loved her. I've never had like no opinion. Okay, there's 3 stages of a character, right? You either don't like them, you are neutral towards them, or you love them or like them. But for Arane, I've always liked her. I've never had a period where like she's not noticeable for me. I've always noticed her. Yeah. She's a very noticeable character basically. She makes her presence known. So I've never had like, yeah, so to think about like my past opinion about her, to be honest, it's not different. It's not any different from now, actually. Yeah. I guess the only difference now is that because I played this game for so long, she feels more of like again, like Ritsu, a comfort character, you know, where I don't actively seek out chasing her cards, but I still love her to bits. So yeah, we all love her. She's girl boss queen. She's a queen for sure. And I don't understand the people that didn't like her, to be honest. I mean, that's the thing, Nurse Rex. It's like people can find anything to hate about anything, you know? Yeah. That I guess that's just the way it is, unfortunately, is that if people doesn't like something, they just don't like it, you know? And whether it's understandable or not, that is like a whole other like subcategory, you know? So even if it's not understandable, it's like, you know, what like, I would say the opinion that matters most is yours, you know, since you love the character, you know, and I think that's what's most important. So yeah, for me is when I saw Arane getting hate back in the day, especially for, you know, the fact that she's trans. It's, to me, my reaction was like very blank slate, I would say. Like, I just felt very blank about it. Like, I didn't know what to think. Because like you, Nurse Rex, I really don't understand why she would get hated for something like that. But, you know, sometimes I think what matters most is, you know, your own personal opinion about them. So yeah, I think that's what matters most, right? And, you know, engaging with people who like her. I think that's definitely one of the most important things. Yeah. But we love Arane, don't we? So again, she's definitely a character that my opinion of her back then versus now is pretty much identical. Yeah. I don't think there's anything different. I don't think I think any differently of her, actually. I just love her. Like, full force, I love her. If anything, I love her more now than I did back then, but that's because, you know, over time, I found out more about her over the years, and I get to play with her more and more, but that just naturally comes with time. I can't shove my opinion onto someone's head. Yeah. And that's the thing, is like, you know, that's just being respectful for that, because it's other people's opinion. Now, Arane, she is a character that I didn't change opinion of since my early days of Enstars. Let's move on to a character who I've completely changed opinion of, shall we? Oh, Mao. Okay, so this is gonna be another long one for sure. So, Mao, unlike Arane, I have completely changed my view on Mao, because bring you guys back to the 2022 list, Mao is not in my top 20. In fact, Mao was actually a character that I didn't really associate myself with for my early days of Ensemble Stars. And I remember sharing this story, and I'll share it here again just so that it can all be grouped together in one stream here. Is that Mao was a character that at the time when I first started Ensemble Stars, I didn't know anything about most of the characters, and also I didn't watch the anime because my exposure to Ensemble Stars was from the global server, the global EN server. So when I first started the game, a few months into it, I made friends with this Onstarry. She's not an Onstarry anymore, but I made friends with this Onstarry, and she was introducing me to many of the characters at the time, minus 4Piece and MDU because they were not in the game yet. And she had a very bad taste of Mao. She didn't like him at all, and she kind of wanted me to have the same opinion as her. So she gave me all the reasons that she doesn't like Mao. One of the reasons that I mentioned before, which was her main reason, was the fact that Mao doesn't appear as much in the anime as he should, in her opinion. Because according to her, he appears in the anime a lot less compared to the other members of Trickstar, Hokuto, Subaru, Makoto. Mao appears in a lot fewer episodes compared to the three of them, and she feels that he is not as involved with Anzu as he should be. And this is where I made the mistake of letting her opinion kind of like influence mine, because I ended up like believing what she said. And at the time, because I didn't watch the anime yet, I just assumed that what she said was true. So for like a good month, maybe month and a half, I didn't really see myself liking Mao, and all her constant disliking of Mao, and like she was not quiet about it. She always made her dislike of Mao very clear. She just said how much she disliked him, to be honest. And again, it's everyone's opinion for sure, but I personally made the mistake of letting her opinion of him influence my opinion of him. Yeah. So at the time, I've never really gave Mao a fair chance and really get to know him as a character. Whenever, he had dialogue in the game, I would have just like skipped it and stuff, which I still feel really bad for. But what happened after that was I had a fallout in that friendship. Basically normal friendship fallout. It's either you get into an argument with them or you just lose contact with them. But the friendship ended a few months after it started, and I decided to give Mao a fair chance, and I decided to finally start watching the anime for myself. And it turns out, in my opinion at least, Mao is a lovable character. And that's where I just started to develop my own opinion about him from the things I know. And I felt like that was a good shift for me, because it finally allowed me to understand Mao more as a character, and I love him to bits now. I really adore him. I cannot, and I think his placement in the ranking shows a lot, because if not for Esu, he would definitely be my favorite character, hands down. I love him so much. He is definitely a character that I relate a lot to, the first thing. And not only that, but his dynamic with Trickstar is just so cute. I cannot get over how adorable Trickstar is in general, and Mao is definitely, you know, he's part of Trickstar and he just adds to the cuteness factor. They're so cute. So like I mentioned in the other stream where I told you guys the story, is one thing I definitely learned from that experience was to not let other people's opinion of a certain thing affect yours, you know. So like, for example, if someone tells you, like, say, hey, this is just a pure example, like if someone tells you, hey, you know, like, don't go to don't eat this specific dish because it's not good, you shouldn't like let that be the deciding factor whether you like or dislike something. You should go and experience it for yourself and then decide for yourself what you feel about this certain thing, you know. I think disliking him because it's rarely appear in the anime is a bit silly, but that's still valid, I guess. I'm not too sure, yeah, but that's her main reason why she doesn't like Mao. She's not an on-starry anymore, so I personally, you know, like the fact that she's not even a fan of the game anymore, I kind of just, you know, again, I'm not friends with this person, so it doesn't matter, but like, yeah, for that to be her reasoning of disliking him, looking back on it now, it is a bit silly. Yeah, it is a bit silly because it has nothing to do with like his personality. It's more of like just the quote unquote lack of appearances in the show, which to me, he appears in more than enough episodes. I'll say that. Does he appear in fewer episodes than, you know, the rest of Trickstar? I would say to a small degree, yeah, maybe 1 or 2 fewer episodes, but other than that, I don't think he's absent for that many. Unless I'm remembering the anime wrong, but I recall seeing him plenty of times, so I don't know. Some people also have different tastes. They do, yeah. But definitely Mao has I would say the biggest opinion change from back then till now. My opinion on Mao changed the most because he went from a character where, like I said, I wouldn't give a fair chance to get to know him, to a character who I adore. I really love him now. And yeah, it shows because, you know, I wrote for his Bright Me Up cut a few months ago, so I love him so much. And I'll continue to love him. I think Mao is pretty cool too, to be honest. I love Mao. I adore him so much. And I have a feeling my moderator would be very happy to hear that I love him because Yeonchi is a really big shipper of me and Mao. she really believes, to Yeonchi, she believes that Mao is like the perfect fictional pairing for me because of how much I behave very similarly to him. So yeah, I find Mao a very relatable character in that sense. And I'll continue to love him because he's so cute. For that matter, all of Trickstar is cute. Okay, so now that we talked about Mao, for MDU, I probably wouldn't talk about any of them also because there's really not much of history going on with MDU. It's just, you know, again, I love Bestie, I love Nozomi, I love Chitose, I love Mashu. But because they're so new characters and, you know, like, it hasn't even been a year since, you know, they were not okay, counting from them debuting, it's only been, you know, a few months. It's not been a year yet since they debuted, so there's really not much of time frame to go off for MDU. So I'm not gonna mention them for this, so I'm gonna let a bit more time pass before it. Okay, but I will mention one thing. Bestie. Why do I call Juice Bestie? Apart from the fact that Mao Aya is pretty cute, not gonna lie. Thank you so much, Nurse Rex. That's so cute. Yeah, the reason why... Okay, before I talk about Juice really quick, the reason why Yeonchi really ships me with Mao is from her perspective, and she really strongly believes it, is I do behave a lot like Mao in real life. I am very workaholic. I am for I am a workaholic in real life, and I also um am very insecure about myself. And as much as that is a bad thing, that's also why I find Mao so relatable. And also the factor is that for a lot of my friends, I'm also someone who acts as the supporter. So I am always there when they need me to support them emotionally or physically, you know? So it really gives me the role of someone who is very similar to Mao and his relationship with Trickstar. So in that sense, Yonchi really made the connection there. So that's when she started shipping me with Mao, and I admit it is really cute. It's adorable. So for okay, bestie. So why do I call Juice bestie? Now I had again I remembered very clearly that if I mentioned on stream before, if I had a best friend in Ensemble Stars, it would be Juice, 100%. But I never really got into detail why, and I'll talk about it more now. So the reason why is because Juice, as much as we know about him right now, because obviously there's still a lot more to find out about MDU, the way Juice speaks and the way that he behaves, again, it really reminds me of myself in real life. Juice is a very no nonsense type of person, and I really relate to him for that, especially when I got out of my bullying phase when I was in school. I used to get bullied a lot. I think you guys know by now because I shared several stories about it before. But after like growing out of that phase, I became a person that really loves to be productive. So not only am I a workaholic, but when I have no work to be done, I would like to have as busy of a schedule as possible. That's why, as much as I love free time, I do love to schedule more and more streams because the streaming makes me feel like I'm doing something productive because I get to chat with you guys, I get to just hang out with you guys as well, and it just makes me feel like I'm doing something good because I know that these streams make you guys happy. So it feels very productive for me. So because of that, I really find myself relating to Jewis because he's also very similar in a sense where he loves productivity, he loves, to make full use of his time, and also he doesn't take nonsense basically, and I love him for that. So because of those like little things, I really just find myself loving him more and more in the bestie sense, and I really relate to him. So over time, I just decided to just call him bestie because to me, he radiates the most bestie energy. And again, that's just for me personally. Of course, other people are looking for other things when they're making friends, but definitely for me, Jewis is a very good friend. Like he radiates very good friend energy for me. So that's why I call Jewis bestie. And I will continue to do so. But that's Jewis. Next, we'll talk about... Let's see. Again, I cannot really talk about Shinobu and Chiaki because again, both of them really entered my top 20 very recently, so I cannot really talk about them either. I'll talk about... Let's see. I think I talked about Mika already. I talked about Mika very briefly, how he's the baseline when I rank my characters, because Mika is a character I adore a lot. And he's the only character so far that I bought a 4-star event card for him. So gotta love Mika. I don't know if I'll get into the specifics why I love Mika so much, because again, Mika is a character, although he's not in my top 20 here, he was definitely if I had an honorable mention in 2022, Mika would definitely be the first person up there, because he is a character that I used to frequently talk a lot about. And even now, I do talk about Mika quite a bit. It's just, I think over time, he became again more of a comfort character for me. Yeah, but I do like really love him so much that I still feel like, you know, he belongs in my active top 10 list versus the honorable mentions category. So, and oh, and of course, I even though it was literally pure coincidence, I can't believe that I chose to have the same same last name as Mika. It's such a pretty last name. I remember speaking to my friend the other day actually, that I personally think Mika has the prettiest last name in Ensemble Stars, and I still stand by that fact. To me, he has the prettiest last name. I love Mika's last name so much. But apart from that, he is just so cute. And I always like, whenever I remember the very first time I heard that Mika was insecure about his different colored eyes, I'm like, I just remembered like talking to myself like, no Mika, don't feel insecure about that, you're so cute. His eye color is very pretty. Mika's eye colors are very pretty. So yeah, when I found out he was insecure about that, I'm like, I like became very like protective over him, like, no Mika, don't feel that way, you're very pretty, you're very cute, don't worry. You know, that kind of vibe. Who doesn't love Mika? He's so precious and he's so cute. But in terms of like, again, opinion wise, for Mika, it hasn't really changed like since 2022 till now. I've always loved Mika. So yeah, he's not my bias. He was not my bias back in 2020. Back in 2022, he was not in my bias list. Now he is. Now he is. But yeah, just like with the rest of them, I like Mika more than I used to. Yeah, because again, more time equals to more time being able to discover more about these characters. You kind of kid him too for being insecure about his appearance. Really? You're pretty insecure a lot too, and you will protect him as much as you can. That's so precious, Nurse Rags. That's so cute. That's adorable. Yeah, but feeling insecure is something that a lot of people go through. So it again, that's why Mika's so relatable. He's so relatable because of it. One thing I will say though, that Mika does also have for me personally, is Mika is actually combining every single server I play, and combining, you know, the fact that I started with the EN server. The very first 5-star card I own in Ensemble Stars, if not inclusive of Hokkai's leader card, because that was the card I choose as the free card, the very first 5-star card I ever owned in Ensemble Stars is actually, believe it or not, Mika's first 5-star card. His card with the butterfly in it, basically. I don't remember what it's called, but I remember when I first saw that Mika card, I'm like, I need that. It was Mika's first feature scout. Yeah. Not only is that the first ever Mika 5-star I own, it's the first 5-star card I ever own in the game that is from a scout. That's not, you know, in a selector. And yeah, like Hokke, who holds the title of like my first Ensemble Stars crush, like my first favorite, Mika holds the title for the first card I own in the game. Yeah, because I remember I wanted both Ritsu and Mika, but I was able to get Mika earlier than Ritsu. Mika came home in fewer pools than Ritsu did, so. And I still love that card. I unfortunately don't have it in JP or CN for that matter, but hopefully I'll get it in JP someday. Because I personally really like the outfit of that Mika a lot, so yeah. Ah, Mika, I love that 5-star of him so much. So much. Okay, so that's Mika talked about. So let's see. And again, another character I'm just scanning through like these, my top 20 plus the 5 honorable mentions to see who I want to talk about next. You can say that's lucky. My first 5-star card is Ray second feature Scout 1. Oh! Yeah. Ray's second feature Scout 1. Nesrex, did you intentionally pull for Ray, or did he come home to you first? Did you pull on the Raid Up banner or no? For me, I pulled on Mika's Raid Up banner. Yeah, and I was so happy I got that card in the global server. I use that outfit all the time when I play global with Mika. Though it's rare now since I don't really log into my global accounts anymore, but it is still very enjoyable when I go back and see Mika still waiting for me in that outfit. It's so cute. Okay, so next character. Okay, we have a few notable ones left. So there's Esu, Koaku, Hajime. The rest of them, okay, the thing is like, I had some of these characters, I like them in the same way I like the twins. Basically, it's like there was no specific incident that made me fall in love with them. You know, just like the twins is, I like them the more I find out about them and the more I find out, you know, like how they fit my preferences and stuff like that. So basically, like in Hinata and Yuta, characters like Aira and Maui, I like them over time. It wasn't like something instantaneous or like something that just happened overnight, you know. So there was really, so there, for those characters, there's really nothing for, unlike for Hinata and Yuta, you know, who have the twin wedding vows event and everything with JP, there's nothing about the rest of them that I can really say. And Leo as well, I love Leo, and I think it shows. I love Leo. But again, for Leo, it is like, I cannot really pinpoint exactly when I established him as one of my favorite characters, because I love everything about Leo. He's cute, he's crazy, he's chaotic, and he's just very spontaneous, and I love him for that. You know, what is there not to love about Leo? But again, because of that, I cannot really pinpoint any specific stories I can share about these characters, because these characters have been favorites of mine since the very beginning. So, Uchu! Yeah, he came to me in a random scout. I don't really remember. Oh my gosh. Oh, you don't remember? He came to me in a random scout. Oh, that... Oh. Well, it's clear that Ray likes you, Nurse Rex. The fact that he's your first 5-star. I think Ray wants to come home to you. Grandpa Ray. What's there not to love about Leo though? So if that, unless I think about something regarding like these characters, like that I love over time, I won't talk about them for now. I'll probably mention them in like future streams where like if something significant happens. But for now, you know, you guys can just take it as these characters, like especially for Leo, Maui, and Aira, especially, and Raika. All 4 of them, they are favorites of mine over time when I find out more about them. There was really nothing specific pinpointing them to like a specific event where I particularly fell in love with them after that moment, you know? So, so for that leaves us with a few more characters. Sorry that I'm bouncing. I'm not going in order specifically because I'm trying to like just recollect everything as I think about it. And of course, for Shinobu and Chiaki, it's very recent for them. And again, Ryosetai. For Shinobu and Chiaki, I really like them is because of the fact that, like, for me, it's a very recent thing. Like, it was basically because of Unlimited Power. That song with the roll call, Ryosetai members are so cute in that song that I cannot even fathom like how cute they can be. I've always loved Ryosetai, and I love their bond, and I love the energy that they bring. But for some reason, like playing Unlimited Power more and more, I'm like, oh, this roll call is adorable. And of course, I cannot put every single Ryosetai member up there because, you know, that wouldn't be fair to the rest of the characters. And of course, like I don't bias Ryosetai like fully, because, you know, it cannot just be from one song. You know, I love Ryosetai as a whole, and I love the whole group, not a specific member. So I just placed my 2 favorite members from the group as of right now. But that won't last long. Though my favorite Ryosetai member changes so many times, it's crazy. So Ryosetai power is too strong. Yeah, Leo, he's just too random to me, but when you pay deepest attention to him, he's a pretty deep person. Leo is a very deep person. Leo is one of the most like story deep characters in this game, definitely. Not to mention his relationship with Ruka is really cute. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Ruka, for those people who either don't play Ensemble Stars or are very new to the game, Ruka is Leo's little sister. She is from the game Ensemble Girls, which is a game that came out before Ensemble Stars. Ensemble Stars is basically a spin-off of that game, and Leo is her older brother. Yeah. His relationship with Ruka is so cute. I love it. He's so protective of her. It's so cute. But back to Ryosetai, yeah, for Chiaki and Shinobu, like, it's a very instantaneous thing, because like I've been thinking about them more and more frequently. So yeah, they definitely had a lot of spotlight from me recently, so I decided to put them in my top 20 for this. And they probably will stay there for quite a long time, but that's the thing, is like they are filling out the spaces for Ryosetai in general, because I change favorite member in Ryosetai so often that, again, I don't have a permanent favorite member of Ryosetai. I just love the whole group as a whole. So yeah. You wish Ensemble Girls have English translation. Yeah, they don't. But Ensemble Girls is discontinued, if I'm not wrong, so yeah, unfortunately, that unfortunately won't happen. Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. I never got to play Ensemble Girls or like experience the game, but alright, so next we have, next character or characters, I'll say, is Fine. Let's talk about Fine and Father. So when it comes to Fine, again, very similar to Juice, like why I call Juice bestie. Why do I call Eiichi father, and why do I refer to Fine as my family unit, quote unquote family unit there? The reasoning behind it is a little bit, I would say it kind of came out of nowhere, to be honest, but at the same time there was a little bit of a source. So I've always loved Fine. There was always something in me that really had a soft spot for them, even from the very beginning, because especially after Eiichi had his character development, after he gets defeated by Trickstar in the anime. So like, I've always never had bad vibes for Fine or Eiichi in general. I've always loved them, and I always had a soft spot for them. Maybe it's because of like the group's concept and everything, because I love angelic concepts in general, but there was some, especially back in 2022, there was really nothing about Fine that stood out to me, because especially back then, during this phase of my Ensemble Stars period, you know, I only had Tori as my top 20, but there was always something about Fine that I really loved that I couldn't really pinpoint to. It was only until last year where I really just like started liking the angelic concept more and more, to the point where it became how I dress in real life, and also how I just just my mannerisms in general just changing over time as I grow up. So because of that, I started liking Finet more and more, to the point where I just started to P them. I started to like establish myself as a Finet P. And especially over time, although Nights, because at the time in 2022 I'm a Nights P, and I've always been a Nights P up until that point, I realized that at the time, Nights, I really had a bias for 3 members, which, you know, are the 3 members that are in the list right now. But I've never really had any second thought about Tsukasa and Izumi. I love them, and, you know, I love and like them, and I've always, like, you know, they are not forgettable characters by any means. Like, you know, they're very memorable. The thing is that because the biasness I had in Nights was quite unbalanced, no pun intended there, but it was unbalanced, where I really was biasing Ryo, Ritsu, and Arane a lot, while Tsukasa and Izumi, I never really had anything to say about them besides, you know, like the fact that, you know, Tsukasa's cute, and I love how he's learning how to be a good leader for Nights, and I love how he's just growing up in general, and watching him grow up is very cute. And of course Izumi, you know, his antics with Makoto is really funny. Yeah. And also, but Izumi, again, because Izumi is a character archetype that is not in my preference, it is also something that really kind of makes the imbalancedness in Nights, my biasness for them, like, just like the scale will be tipped, basically, where I bias 3 members but not all 5 of them, you know. And also it was because of the hi Chon Sakura on Twitch. You're the only streamer on this category. Am I? Wow. But welcome to the stream. Hello. But back to my story here. Because of that reasoning, I decided to stop really establishing myself as a Nights P, because I've only really shown like biasness to 3 of the 5 members, and also the fact that I love all of Nights' songs, don't get me wrong. It's just that over time, I started liking Finet songs more than Nights songs, like on average. So, and because of that, and because, you know, I love the Finet members very equally, just I love Eiichi just a little bit more than the rest of them. It's not as, you know, unbalanced as Nights. I decided to make the switch from a Nights P to a Finet P over time. Yeah. So, like, in terms of like that's why I established myself as a Finet P like this year. Yeah. Because I know I became a Finet P this year, I just don't remember when. It was fairly recently, like a couple months ago. But with that being said, again, why do I refer to Finet as my family unit? Mainly the reasoning is because, again, like I mentioned in previous streams, I never really chased any Finet member before. Yeah. Like, ever since the beginning, I've always had a soft spot for Finet. You don't have opinion on Finet, that's why I can't chat. It's okay, Nurse Rex, don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's nice that you're even listening to me talking about Finet, actually, because it's nice to like get my story out there to see if anyone watching the VOD can relate. But if anyone watching the VOD can relate, be sure to let me know in the comments. But back to my story with Finet. Why do I call it my family unit is because I have never found myself wanting any of their cards, basically. Like, their cards are very pretty, don't get me wrong, and I would love to have them, but I've never felt the need to own them, you know? And it was a feeling that I've never felt with any other character before, which to me was a bit foreign, because it was something that I never felt off before? It's alright, I don't either. Also first time here. Hi, Dreamy. Hello. You really love to listen to any story. You really love to listen to any story I tell. Thank you so much, Nurse Rex. Thank you, thank you. But welcome to the stream for all the new viewers. Hello. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Basically, the stream is me sharing my experience with different Ensemble Stars characters and how I fell in love with them. So it's more of like a chatting stream, to be honest. Yeah, and sharing how they became my favorite characters in the game. So I'm not talking about every character. I'm only talking about the characters who I personally bias and love the most. And also comparing it to how I used to feel about characters, because my top 20 this year, as you guys can see, is very different from my top 20 4 years ago when I started the game. Yeah. So back to Finney. Despite me not wanting to chase their cards, I've always loved their cards. And that's the case for every character, don't get me wrong. But I've always had like a soft spot for their cards too. So because of that, I found myself like having a very different dynamic with Finney as a whole. So not just talking about like a particular Finney member, just the whole group. So every member counts here. And because of that, I eventually just started to develop like a very different type of love for Finney. They became, again, more of comfort characters for me. I don't actively like seek them out. I don't actively like chase their cards. And also Finney interrupting my gacha pulls, I have a very different reaction to compared to other characters. Because when for example, if I'm pulling for a certain character, if a different character interrupts their pulls, I of course will be happy about it because it's a new 5-star, right? But when it comes to Finney, I react even more positively than that. I'll be like, oh my gosh, it's Eiichi or it's Yuzuru, you know, that kind of reaction. So like, because of that, I feel like I do have a biasness from them. It's just for them, it's just different than like other characters who I actively seek out and chase their cards. So because of that, I eventually just had this like different dynamic with Finney, and I started to roll with it, where I just started to call them my family unit, where I don't actively seek them out, but I also don't mind having more cards of them because of how much I love them. Because I do bias Finney, but I bias them as a whole. That's why, because of that, it's kind of like a whole unit thing. And the first thing that popped into my mind was like a very family unit dynamic going on with them. So that's why I refer to Finney as a family unit. Now, by extension, I call Finney my family unit is an extension of why I call Eiichi father. So like, to put that in perspective, I started calling Eiichi father before I called Finney my family unit. Now, why did I start calling Eiichi father? That is something that I don't think I've ever shared, so I think it's a good opportunity to. You guys can take the story for what it is, because it is not something that's that deep, to be honest. But basically, when I found out, like, ever since the beginning, we all know that Eiichi is not the nicest person in the world, to say the least. I mean, his face says otherwise, his portrait over there says otherwise, but for those of us who know, Eiichi is not the nicest person out there, I'll say. He has caused a lot of pain for a lot of people. I think those of us who are familiar are aware of that. So, like there are times where people ask me, why would you call a character like this father? Like, why would you like idolize a character like this? And the short answer is I love his character development. Yeah. Eiichi has, I would say, out of everyone's character development, again, this is personal preference, Eiichi's definitely I would say impacted me the most. I love every character's character development, but something about Eiichi's just hits differently for me. And I've grown to admire him for admitting it and admitting that basically I admired him for admitting his defeat against Trickstar and slowly building his character from there. Like basically like getting hit to rock bottom to rebuilding his character, you know? I mean his deeds is good, but the way he's doing is kind of wrong. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So again, Eiichi is not the nicest person out there. But he does have redeeming qualities, and that's why I love him so much. Yeah. He is definitely someone that, me personally, I do admire him for the things that, like the goals that he has and everything is admirable. It's just that the way that he's executing them has problems. Yeah, especially back in the day when he was like in that phase, like in his villain arc, basically his antagonist arc. So yeah, he has caused a lot of pain, but at the same time, the way he changed is just so satisfying to me, and I cannot help but admire someone like that, you know. And over time, I just decided to call him father because of it, and I just think it's funny. Low-key. I just low-key think it's funny. I remember, like, I was having a conversation with one of my friends, and I mentioned how wouldn't it be funny if I started calling Eiichi my fictional father? And then we just went along with that, and it didn't go away. And then yeah, ever since then, I called Eiichi father. I started calling Eiichi father like at least a year ago at this point. Yeah, he has been my fictional father for a long time. And again, the father nickname really just came out of nowhere, to be honest, but like the story of behind of why I am so attached to Eiichi is that. Yeah. Is I really like his character development. So but the father nickname, it came out of nowhere. Low-key, it really came out of nowhere. But it's funny, and I would say it's a cute nickname for me. It's a cute nickname, so yeah. And it's not like I don't like to call Eiichi by his real name, because I can say it all the time, since I do call Eiichi by his real name, like, some of the time. But I think father just rings more of a bell for me. I don't know why. Yeah. You used to dislike him, to be honest, but not anymore, since you're already getting into the game deeply. Now you generally don't like Tori, even though you admit he's cute. I'm sorry for bringing negativity though. No, it's fine, it's fine. It's okay to admit you dislike something, because admitting you dislike something is very different from hating on something, you know? But it's good that, you know, that it's good that you feel safe enough to admit that you don't like something. It's very good because it shows that you're comfortable, which is good. And again, nothing wrong with disliking something. Nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong. What is a problem is, you know, if it's get taken too far and then, you know, you started to ruin the mood and stuff like that. That is obviously a no-no, but Nurse Rex, admitting you don't like Tori, that's perfectly fine. That's okay. Don't worry. That's perfectly okay. Because again, everyone has things they like and things they don't, which is fine. It's perfectly okay. Oh, I need to stretch. Me personally, Tori is cute. Yeah. But I do admit that, you know, there are things about him that is, oh, hi Dracus, lurking over there. But the thing about Tori is that, like, yeah, the thing about Tori is he definitely does have things about him that people can dislike, because it's a very, like, you know, Tori's a very spoiled character, so yeah. Some people are into that, some people are not, which is fine. But that's my story about Fine and how much I adore them. But of course, when it comes to Fine, my biasness goes to Eiichi and Yuzuru. Yeah, for that matter. Wataru and Tori, I love them, but not to the same level, but it's not like super imbalanced like Knights is. Because I do have moments where I love Tori and Wataru. So, now, we're left with few characters, so next one. Okay, very quickly, I'm gonna talk about Nazuna so that we can clear out the top 20. So after that, we can focus on Kohaku, Hajime, and Esu. Nazuna, he used to be, as you guys can see, he used to be my third favorite in the game. Now he is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. He's 16. The reason why is I didn't fall out of love with Nazuna, but again, it's the same thing as if with Ritsu, Arane, Hokuto, Natsume, and pretty much everyone who I see as a comfort character. But the reason why Nazuna is still in top 20 and not in like honorable mentions or anything is because I do have my moments where I would seek him out and like really openly fangirl about him, unlike for the rest of them. So he's half a comfort character, but I am also actively seeking him out at the same time. So because of that, I decided to move him down the list, not because of like, you know, I love him any less. It's only because of the fact that it's a bit less active now. So yeah, but do I love him any less? Absolutely not. I still love him a lot. So, but again, why do I love Nazuna so much? I think it's quite self-explanatory. What is there about Nazuna that's not lovable? He is cute. As much as he doesn't want to admit it, he's very cute. He's very cute. I love his big brother energy. I love how responsible he is. And I love how mature he is. I mean, yeah, definitely because, you know, he's one of the oldest characters in the cast, but he's very mature. He just is. Because, like, he's very reliable. Yeah. It's hard to describe, actually, because it's like, you would have to, like, see him in action just to feel how mature he is, but he just is. Yeah, I cannot really describe it, because, I cannot really pinpoint to any specific event, because it just really, like, it's just a collective, like the whole collectiveness throughout like the rabbit's stories that really showcases Nazuna's personality. But I would say that like accumulatively and everything, Nazuna is just a very reliable, very cute, even though he doesn't want to admit it, and very responsible older brother figure to the other members, which is so adorable. And again, what is it about Nazuna that you cannot like? He is just so likable in every sense. Yeah. And honestly speaking, again, my opinion on Nazuna hasn't changed since I first started liking him. Yeah, I've always liked him since the very beginning, so yeah. There's really nothing else for me to talk about for him, because again, he's just a lovable character as it is. So, yeah. Oh, one thing about him that I only found out recently is, okay, Naosuna's eye color, I always associate him as, you know, like a person with red eyes, but apparently, it's not, his eyes are not fully red. They are like a pinkish red. And basically that is to mimic the eye color of an albino rabbit. And low-key, if you guys knew about that fact, I actually didn't, believe it or not. It's only this year when I found out that Naosuna's eye color is supposed to mimic an albino rabbit. Yeah. We have points now. Do we have points? Oh, is there points now, Dracos? Wow. I don't know how points work in Twitch. But yeah, back to Nazuna. I actually had no idea his eyes are supposed to mimic an albino rabbit's an albino rabbit's eye color. But yeah, fun fact. I only learned about it this year, and I probably should have known long time ago, but I apparently didn't. But I think with Nazuna, I think that's like really the only thing I can share, because again, there's really nothing else about him that really changed over the years. It's just, you know, to me, he's always been a lovable character, and he still is. So there's really nothing like significantly different. So yeah, let's move on to our next character. So we have, okay, amongst the people in the list, there's only, you know, three. There's, I think, three left. I think I talked about everyone else aside from, oh, I didn't talk about Soma yet. Hold on, chat, let me think about this first, because I've talked about, okay, I'm saving Ibuki's for his solo stream. Aira, Maui, Raika is based, I already talked about Chiaki and Shinobu. Maui, Raika, and Aira, they're for the same reasons as Two Wings, so it's like over time, so there's really nothing to, there was nothing really notable there. I just love them because I do. I didn't talk about Soma, Hajime, Kwaku, and Esu yet. For Soma, I cannot really, wait, where do I have him in my, oh wow, he was 19th back then. Okay, for Soma's for Soma's story, I cannot really collect it right now, because to be honest with you guys, okay, I will share a little bit, but I think Soma's, like, my story about how I started liking Soma is also very long, so I'm not going to share it here. I will save it. I think it's more fitting to share it during his solo stream, just like with Ibuki. So for now, I'll just share something very brief about Soma. Is those people will be familiar with it. It's called Soma fever. That's a term that me and my friend came up with, where Soma, who is literally the only character in this franchise that has this effect on me, is when I think about him hard enough, he will not leave my mind for minimum the next day, like the next 24 hours. So he would momentarily take the place of my favorite character for at least the next day, maybe the next 2 days, and I have no idea why. Yeah, there, for some reason, whenever I like play with Soma enough in Ensemble Stars, or just like look at fan art of him, or just like look at him in general, okay, he will just all of a sudden become my favorite character momentarily, and I have no idea why. And because he's the only character that has this effect on me, I just eventually dubbed it Soma fever, and it's quite funny, and it has been fun. It's a very fun like term to have, because yeah, I will often tell my friend that I have a fever of Soma when like she shows me a new picture of him or something. It is pretty cute. But apart from that, I think there's no other real details I can get into, because though for that part, I'll save it for his solo stream, because I think that'll be more fitting to share over there compared to like here. So obviously these stories will be like, you know, mentioned again during each character's corresponding solo stream, but that will be for, you know, their solo stream. For now, let's just move on to Kwaku, Hajime, and Esu. There are the three characters left. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Who should I start talking about first? And of course, again, Nozomi, Chitose, Mashu. I already talked about Juice, but Nozomi, Chitose, and Mashu, I will save it for future streams because they're still very new. So, I'll talk about Kohaku first because he seems to be, yeah, he was in my top 20 back then. So I'll talk about Kohaku first. Okay, one thing that I've always loved about Kohaku is his voice. Kohaku, I think for people who have been watching me for a while are aware that Koaku has my favorite voice in the whole game. Koaku's singing voice is by far my favorite, and I've always loved his voice. So that is one biasness I always had for Koaku ever since like the very early days I started Ensemble Stars. Another reason why I love Koaku is, again, just like Juice, he has a very no-nonsense type of personality, and I just love characters like that. So that's another, like, you know, plus point for him. Not to mention he has pink hair, and I am biased towards characters with pink hair. So that's another plus point for Koaku, definitely. And I would say that I also love Koaku because of his tsundere type of personality. Because as much as I love sweet characters, like, for example, like sweet characters as in, like, to give examples is like, you know, Aira, Hinata, Yuta, you know, like those bubbly, happy characters, very wholesome and very sweet. As much as I love characters like that, even Hajime is by far, I would say, one of the sweetest characters in this franchise. Koaku, with his no-nonsense tsundere type of personality, is a really, I would say I really love, like, the amount of, like, he has a very sharp personality, basically, and because of that, I really love the way he talks and the words he uses and everything. Granted, they may sound a bit apathetic, and also Koaku is aware of that, but for some reason, to me, it just adds to his character. Yeah, because it gives him a more, I would say, conflicting storyline where, like, he has to work on the way he speaks and also be aware of the people's feelings who are around him, you know? So I really like how, you know, I really like characters with Koaku's personality, definitely, like the tsundere type, but not so much. So Koaku is the perfect balance of that, for sure. Not to mention, he comes from Crazy Bee, and the amount of chaos Crazy Bee brings on like a daily basis is just crazy. It's crazy. So gotta love Koaku for that. I mean, I love the whole of Crazy Bee, but Koaku is definitely my favorite member for sure. Yeah. But the fact that the vibe that he has with Crazy Bee as a whole definitely does bump him up a few notches for sure. But other than that, my opinion on Koaku, just like with the rest of them, or like majority of the rest of them, has not changed since, you know, 2022. If anything, I love him more than I used to, since, you know, he used to be in top 20, now he's in top 5, not just top 10, he's in top 5, so yeah, nothing much else to say about Koaku. I mean, another thing that he has is he is now, you know, he is the 5-star of my current favorite Ensemble Stars song, No Name Yet, but that's like a very, very, very recent thing, so yeah, but that's another plus point for him. But main reason, I love his voice a lot. His personality and his voice, I love both so much. Not to mention his Bright Me Up cut. I love his Bright Me Up cut too. Every character who I own the Bright Me Up cut of, I love. Yeah, I love Mao's Bright Me Up, Koaku's, Raika's. I love their Bright Me Ups so much. And I'm still like waiting for like other characters as well. And I'm so sad that I couldn't pull for Soma's Bright Me Up actually, but I had to do it to save for Esu. I'll eventually get it though. Alright, we have 2 characters left, Esu and Hajime, and I'll definitely talk about Hajime first because I do want to save my favorite character for last. So, Hajime. Now, I won't go too much into detail about this because I already have a whole video about it. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, the very first video on my channel, video as in like the video section, not a short, not a live stream, is about a dream I had about Hajime, and that is the reason why I fell in love with him a lot. Hajime used to be a character who I like, but I never had a bias towards. But after I had that dream of him, which you guys can go back to that video if you missed out on it, to hear the details about it. But after I had that dream about Hajime, I just found myself biasing him a lot. Yeah, I really love him for everything that the dream had in it, and it really did like help cover up a traumatic experience that happened in my life. Yeah, I'll say that. So because of that, I really just found myself over time just liking Hajime more and more, to the point where he really just became my top 5, and he's been there for like a few months, almost a year at this point. So yeah. But because of that incident, that dream, that is like really the trigger factor on like how my opinion on Hajime has changed from 2022 to now. So just like Mao, he's definitely a character that I completely had a different opinion on back in the day compared to now, because back in 2022 I liked him as a character but never biased him at all. Yeah, because back then, to put it in perspective, back then in 2022, Nazuna was my favorite Rabbids member, but obviously now Hajime is. So yeah, you guys can see like the difference there. But if you guys want to hear the details of the dream, you guys can go back to my YouTube tab. My YouTube channel and the videos tab has that stream highlight where I go into detail about it. Alright, chat. Final character. Last but not least, Esu. So, I don't know if I've ever shared why I like Esu so much, but I think now would be the perfect time to share. And actually, in fact, let me actually do something really quick. Hold on, chat. Because we're at the final character, let me actually do something here. It's for Esu, so oh my gosh, chat. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, my chat was broken. Hold on. Chat, I'm so sorry. I didn't even see you guys typing. Oh my gosh, Clovers, I'm so sorry I didn't greet you. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Oh my gosh, chat. So, I have a split screen where I'm looking at chat, and I forgot to scroll to look and see if anyone else chatted. I am so... Oh, I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. But hi, Clovers. I'm so sorry that I didn't greet you earlier. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah, I can't believe it. I'm F moment. Dracos, don't say that. But hi, Clovers. Hopefully you've been well. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. F moment. Dracos, don't say that. Okay, I read all your chats already. But yeah, I'm so sorry. I thought that no one was typing, that's why. But yeah, I can't believe you guys were and I didn't notice. I'm so sorry, guys. But at least I notice now, you know, with the final character. But it's okay. It's fine. Yeah. It's okay. But I mean, I am gonna change the yeah, the visuals for Esu because he's my favorite. It's alright, it happens. Oh my gosh, I know! It's such a scuff! Oh, I screwed it up! Okay, so oh, okay, I need to calm myself. me try to change this visual right here, because I want to make sure that hopefully this is alright. Let me see here. I think this is... No comments, to be honest. Give them a cookie for compensation. Dracos! Don't even with that, okay? Don't. Stuff happens sometimes. Also, you cannot blame me, Dracos, because you yourself had an F moment too, alright? Need I remind you that you had a black screen stream and you had no idea? Okay? This scuff was nowhere near as bad as that. Ha! Got you on that one. Hee hee ha. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. It's just like... Okay, so let me try to... I mean... Oh, this one is... Okay, I'll say this is better. Yeah. So, and that happens more times than you know. Maybe I might do that on April Fools. Bruh. Okay, so, Esu. Now, I don't think I've ever shared why... Wait. We all have at least one F moment in our lives. Yeah. Yes, doing me, I agree. Now, this character right here is an escapable reality. It is, yeah. But luckily right now I can actually look at chat and, you know, it's updating and I don't have to scroll. Because normally I actually don't have to scroll to see you guys' chats. But for some reason, just now I had to, which was weird. But Esu, he's so lovable. Okay, so I have a lot of things to say when it comes to him, but because it's a lot, I don't even think I'll have enough time during his solo stream to share, so I might as well share it here and on his solo stream. Actually, he is my favorite character. I love him so much. He's adorable. So I would say that, okay, he is the... Okay, what makes him different from the other characters definitely is he is a very love at first sight moment. Because compared to every other Ensemble Stars character, with the exception of Hokuto, Esu is the only character where I fell in love with him the moment I saw him. He was so cute when I first saw him. It's so cute. You don't know much about Esu period, so you're curious to hear this. Now, Esu, he is Esu by far... Okay, this sounds very corny and it sounds very cliche and whatnot. But like, what I will say is the truth. So, you know, no filter, no nothing, hand on heart, very pure. Esu did really influence a very different change in my behavior. So Esu as a character, he loves challenges, he loves adventures, he loves trying new things, and he basically loves like okay, challenges are his like trademark, like benchmark. Basically, like that's his whole character trope. He's the type of character that is very independent, very like bubbly. He loves to he likes to push his limits, basically. Like he doesn't back down from challenges, I'll say that. So in that sense, he loves experiencing new things. And me as a person, like prior to just like discovering Esu, like prior to his announcement, I've always been a person who is very closed off. I've always stuck to what I'm good at, stuck to like things that I have experience with, and just basically stuck around my comfort zone. Yeah. And sorry if the cropping is weird for you guys. Hold on, let me see if I can fix that. Let me see if I can fix this cropping thing. Hold on. I think I can. Hopefully. Yeah, because we do want to see this at a better view here. Yeah. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, so back to my story with Esu here is that he is a person that, because he's a person that really pushes his limits and loves challenges, and me prior to his announcement, I was very closed off. I was always sticking to things that I'm comfortable with and sticking to things that I'm familiar with, because of the fact that I'm a very big perfectionist in real life, and I have always had this desire to always be perfect at everything I do, and also have a standard set for myself. So whenever I don't meet those standards that I set for myself, I always become very self-deprecating. Basically, I'll start blaming myself, thinking I'm a failure and everything. Basically all of the stereotypical perfectionism, you know, where you will start blaming yourself for not doing good enough if you fail at something and things like that. So I've always never pushed myself, or I've never had this mindset to try new things, because my thought process in the past was, if you're good at something, why break away from that? You know, you should just continue doing something you're good at instead of like trying something new and potentially failing, right? But Esu really changed my point of view in that regard, because okay, I have to admit, the first thing that caught my eye was his design, of course, because prior to the reveal of his personality, obviously all I had to go off was his design. His design by far is my favorite. I have no doubt in my mind. He is so cute, and he is also he's just adorable. I'll just say that. He is okay, hold on chat. Let me actually show you like just a picture of him. This is just because this is his 3D model, but just like a closer look at what he looks like here. This is his leader card here. Yeah. I don't know why. Something about Esu really just catches my eye. Yeah. He is so pretty and he's so cute. And again, whether it be any fictional character or anyone, even in real life, I've always been drawn to long eyelashes. It's a thing that a lot of people in my life know about me, is I love fictional characters and real life people with long eyelashes. So when I first saw Esu and saw how prominent or like how obvious his eyelashes were and how much they stand out, I just instantly fell in love with him. It was literally love at first sight, based on design alone. Yeah. And it has been that way ever since. I love him so much still. Yeah, so much so to the point of like I mentioned this before, but my eyelashes on my model, I think you guys can see, are referenced from Esu. Yeah. Basically, reference is like when my artist was like drawing out my model, I basically sent her a picture of Esu and asked her, hey, can you make my eyelashes as thick and prominent as his, basically like very very obvious and very long, basically. And I asked her if she could do that, and she's like, sure, why not? Yeah. So my eyelashes are definitely inspired from his for sure in terms of the length and the thickness and everything. But apart from that, back to his personality, because Esu really loves to challenge himself and really loves to push his limits, and also as is not afraid to try new things, I just really like had a different change in mindset because of him. Yeah. So to give you guys an example is uh to give you guys an example is when I went out with my friends for my birthday this year. So this was back in February of this year. Um we went to an Italian restaurant together as a group of friends, and um I on that day I decided to tell all of them that uh let's all order something new. Yeah. And in my head, I was just thinking about Esu. Yeah. And I knew that that would definitely be something that he would uh do like without a second thought. He would definitely love to try new things, and that would be like the first thing that he does. And for me is I do kind of feel like I should kind of adapt to that way of living, because that feels a lot more it feels a lot less stressful, I would say, because it shows that he's not afraid of trying new things despite potentially failing, even though he probably won't fail because he always he's always willing to take up challenges. Yeah. So uh I'm gonna be honest, what happened was on that birthday outing, I ordered snails for the very first time and ate them. Yeah. As much as that used to scare me in the past, for some reason on that day when I wanted to like put myself in like had put myself in the same mindset as Esu, I just suddenly became very courageous and just not afraid anymore. And I literally just ordered snails and ate them as cargo. Yeah, I did. I ordered as cargo on my birthday for the very first time and ate them with my friends. Yeah. And I can say for certain, past me would not have done the same thing. Yeah. And I felt that like not and I do have to admit, Esu really did have a huge impact on it, because he was the first thing I thought about when I thought about trying something new. So I just went all out and I ate that snail. Esu really guided your heart that day. He did, yes, he did. So like ever since then, I've always not ever since then, but ever since Esu became my favorite, which was back when he was first announced in like April to May of 2024, I have always like for me, I have always learned to try new things. Yeah. Ever since he became my favorite, and I've slowly started to adapt to Esu's mindset, and I have to admit, it's been great. I used to be so stressed out about like the littlest things, and I always found myself like being so self-deprecating. I always blame myself for many things and always never loved to step out of my comfort zone. But now I have almost no problem doing it ever since Esu became my favorite. He has like implanted this mindset in my brain. So much so that, yeah, Esu has made the biggest impact in the sense where he literally changed my lifestyle. Yeah. Now I'm not afraid to try new things anymore, whether it be food or anything else, because I just really feel like there's really no harm in it. I mean, of course the limitations are there because, I am allergic to food in real life, some foods. So obviously those foods I cannot eat, but other than that, yeah, it's been great. Escargot is pretty good, in your opinion. It is good, yeah. But yeah, past me would have not been, enthused about it, because she would be really scared and everything, and she would think it's gross and stuff like that. But no, I really felt very brave that day, and I just gobbled that snail down. And it honestly wasn't okay. It's not my favorite food in the world. The texture was a bit weird, not gonna lie, because it was really squishy. But other than that, it was great. So yeah. And now that I think back on it, I really didn't know why I was so scared. Yeah. But yeah, I guess it really just comes down to mindset. And by far, Esu has changed my mindset the most out of every character in this game. Which is probably why he's been my favorite for so long. Ritsu has been my favorite character from 2022 to the end of 2023. So Ritsu's been my favorite for like a year and a half. And then from 2023 till April of 2024, so around like 4 months, Natsume has been my favorite at the time. And then since April 2024, Esu's been my favorite up until today. So Esu has been the longest running favorite of mine in Ensemble Stars. And he always will be. And to put in perspective how much I love Esu, he's one of the only 2 characters in this game that I own every card of. Yeah. I've only ever saved up for him. Yeah. And currently I'm actually saving up for his Bright Me Up cut, and once it comes out, I will do a pool session with you guys for him. Yeah, you guys can be rest assured, I'll definitely stream my pool session for that Esu card, because that is gonna be a very momentous occasion for sure. So it's actually pretty sweet for a character to encourage someone in real life. Yeah. And ever since then, like, okay, Esu has become my favorite for a long time now, but like, he has really changed my lifestyle for sure. Because now I'm ordering, especially in restaurants, I'm ordering things that I normally would never order before. And honestly, it is not difficult. I used to think it was very scary, and it's very like, why would you order something you may not like, right? But now my mindset is just like, you will never know until you try it. So yeah. So like, Esu has been my favorite ever since, because of that, and because of how much I just really adore him. Yeah. And honestly, I am not just, I'll probably never change favorite. He's just, I adore him so much, and he's very precious to me. I'm so attached to him. So yeah. And I think it will always stay that way, to be honest, unless another character does something similar, but I don't think it will be the case. Also, not to mention, I love how resilient Esu is, because I mean, a bit of a spoiler for those of you who don't know this fact about Esu, is that Esu lost his dad. So at a very young age, Esu lost his dad. So like, to put that in perspective, that means that he lost a parental figure in his life, right? And yet, and the thing is, the accident that he lost his dad in, which was a plane crash, if I'm not wrong, Esu was also injured in that exact same plane crash, meaning he got injured in the same accident that he lost his dad. So you can imagine how traumatizing that would be for him. And yet, like, for the most part, Esu is still a very bubbly, happy-go-lucky type of guy. And he's also like, like, not only that, but he's able to like, not say move on from it, but he is resilient in a sense where, he continues to live on and, take up challenges and push his limits and just live life to the fullest, basically. It's so sweet to watch, and it's so adorable to just see him, like, just see him and his little antics, It's so cute that I cannot help but fall in love with him every single time that I see him. So yeah, to say that he's my favorite character, I would say is an understatement because because I love every character in this game, don't get me wrong, but to put it in perspective, Mao is in second place right now. If I love Mao 100%, my love for Esu is like triple that. So yeah, that's how much I love Esu, and that's how much that's probably like, he'll probably never stop being my favorite for a very long time. And he's already been my favorite for a very long time, so yeah. But is there anything else about Esu that I can share? I don't think so. I think the rest is all pretty minor stuff. Yeah. And Esu, of course, doesn't have like the fourth wall breaking thing that Natsume had, so yeah. Yeah, for those of you who are curious what I'm talking about, earlier in the stream I was talking about Natsume. Yeah, earlier in the stream I was talking about Natsume. I was sharing a few stories about how Natsume really just breaks the fourth wall and stuff. So yeah, you guys can go back to that moment of the stream if you're interested. But in terms of Esu, I really don't think there's anything much else to share. You guys can let me know what you guys think. But yeah, that's my story about Esu and how I fell in love with him. So it's pretty much love at first sight at first, until it became like a routine thing where I changed my mindset because of him. So I eventually changed my lifestyle because of him. So for the better, definitely, I'll say. Yeah, because I've never felt this relaxed before. So yeah, I mean, it sounds cliche, but having Esu as a favorite character also helps me have the mindset of like, sometimes you don't have to worry so much. Sometimes you just have to live life to the fullest and just see where it takes you, you know? It sounds cliche, but yeah, my mindset did change in that way because of him. So I'll always forever be grateful for that. But yeah, he's our last characters. He's my last character that I'm gonna talk about today, so let me know what you guys think. I'll keep the stream on for another 5 minutes, and we reached 3 hours, so it was very fun to talk about my favorite characters with you guys. Oh boy, this stream is a lot longer than I thought. It's a bit all over the place, and I'm sorry for that, chat, but yeah, I really didn't like have any motive to stream Genshin today, and I really wanted to stream something Ensemble Stars related, but because I already streamed for Bestie's birthday on Wednesday, I didn't think that I should stream another Ensemble Stars like game stream, you know. I should stream about something like different. Like, yeah. You're interested in Esuna after this? You can read up about him if you want doing me. He's a very interesting character. Kino, you just made it. Oh, Kino, no. Oh no, Kino. Oh, it's okay. To the end, huh? It's okay, Kino. Don't worry. You can go by and watch the bot. It's fine. Okay, but to put it back into perspective here, let me actually show you guys the tier list really quick. Yeah. So let me see. Don't worry. I'll keep the stream on for a little bit longer, so it's okay. Don't worry. Oh, I need to readjust the screen here. Alright, so it looks like this. Alright, so this, okay. Okay, so to put it in perspective, right? This is my top 20 in 2022. Just to summarize it, this is my top 20 in 2022. This is my top 20 this year. So, a lot has changed. A lot has changed. Don't worry, Kino. The stream is not ending so soon yet because, it's just like, we should spend a bit of time chatting still. Yeah. But the timing. It's generally pretty good to listen more about you, to know you better. Oh, Nurse Rex, that's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, Hina, we got together. So many characters got bumped down. But that's the thing is, back in 2022, the special for Princess group, Ibuki and MDU were not in Ensemble Stars yet. So to put that in perspective, a lot of them are from those three. Ibuki is up there, half of Esupuri is up there, the whole of MDU is up there. So yeah. And again, when characters get bumped down or removed, it doesn't mean that I love them any less. I think you guys can relate to that. It's like you just love other characters more over time. It's not that you love your old favorites any less. And that's exactly what happened. So, yeah. Whole of NDU is there. Yeah. And for perspective, father over there, he is representing Fine. So technically, the whole of Fine is an honorable mention. So I just put Heichi there because of simplicity issue. It's simplicity stuff. So MDU is so new. You're amazed that they're all there. Yeah. And that's the thing is, I went into detail just now why I called Juice bestie. Juice is one of the characters that I have a special nickname for him. The other one being Heichi. I call Heichi father. And I went into detail why I called Juice bestie. Basically, I mentioned how I love Juice's no-nonsense personality. I love the way he talks. I love just his mannerisms, and I love how he loves to have a packed schedule, and I love how productive he is. And it really reminds me of myself, actually. So finding him so relatable, it really radiates friendship energy, So it's pretty much same, but not really the same. Main characters from 2022 are forever engraved in Honorable 5. Yeah. So, Kino, do you mind if I share something? Okay, for Nikki though, yeah. Unfortunately, Nikki is the one that fell the most out of all of them. But, oh my gosh, Kino, I need to share this with you, okay? I shared it earlier in the stream, but I feel like because some of you were not around earlier, I should share it again. And it's regarding Natsume. Nurse Rex, you've heard it already, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but I think the rest of them should hear it before I end stream because oh my gosh, it's just I should share it. Oh, okay. So for those of you who don't know, Kino knows because Kino's been watching me for a while, but by a while I mean you've been watching me for a long time, Kino, and thank you for that. Love you for that. But Natsume, to give you guys some context, for those of you who don't know, Natsume has a very weird dynamic with me. He affects my real life a lot. So he does things that really affect my real life routine, and some of the specific stuff he does is he turned off my Wi-Fi before when I was listening to a boyfriend experience ASMR, And it wasn't even by choice, it was like an autoplay, and he turned off my Wi-Fi because he doesn't want me to listen to it. And also, and other things he does is like, my friend who made a dating simulator for me for Ensemble Stars, when she added Natsume as a character that I could like quote unquote have a route with, he crashed her program every time he crashed her program every time she tried to add a bad ending for him. So for last year, when she made the game for me, she told me that she couldn't implement a bad ending for him because he kept crashing her so much. For this year, although she was able to add a bad ending, when she watched me play it, Natsume somehow bugged the game so that the bad ending, after the bad ending like happened, it teleported me to the good ending instead. So I didn't even know it was the bad ending, because when I asked her, oh, is this supposed to happen? I asked my friend, is this supposed to happen because this is the route for the good ending, yeah? And then she's like, yes, that's not supposed to happen. You were supposed to get kicked back to the first visual, like the first scene after that dialogue. And I'm like, oh. So, what happened this time? You may be wondering, Kino. Basically, it happened in the morning. And it happened very recently, around late July, early August of this year. What he did was, my Natsume teddy bear, which is the teddy bear onesie plushie. It's a very popular Ensemble Stars merch. So what happened was, I woke up, like, normally I would wake up, brush my teeth, and then brush my hair, and then make my bed. That is my morning routine. One morning I woke up, and I saw that my Natsume plushie had something weird in his hand. When I turned my head and I looked at my plushies just to see if any of them fell off my bed, because sometimes they fall off for some reason. And then I just saw something weird in my Natsume plushie's hand, and it was a strand of my hair. I don't know how it got there. And like I mentioned earlier to Nurse Rex, it was not laying on top of his hand. Like, it's not like lying flat on his hand. It was literally coiled up 2 to 3 times around his hand. My strand of hair was coiled up 2 to 3 times around his hand. And that in no world can happen under any circumstances, okay? Because my hair in real life is, well, it's 90% straight. Yeah, it's very similar to my model's hair, actually. It's relative. My hair in real life is relatively straight. It just curls at the bottom. Yeah. It was tangled around his hand. Yeah! Correct, yes. So I was just so confused, and I just, like, in the afternoon, I was just texting my moderator. You wouldn't believe what happened just now. Yeah. And that's the thing is, again, to put it in perspective, my Natsume plush is not directly next to my head. He was a few centimeters away, give or take 7 to 8 centimeters away. So there was a good distance. And this Natsume plush, his hand is like a stub. It's like really short. So for the hair to be perfectly coiled around his hand, like his stub of a hand, it's just, it just caught me off guard so badly. And then what happened, which was like really crazy, was the fact is, like, what happened that was like really insane was, it was very normal. It's very you guys know, it's very normal for like people to like lose a few strands of hair when they sleep, because, you know, their head rubs against the pillow. I'm very used to losing strands of hair as I sleep. It doesn't happen often, but it happens occasionally. But never once did a strand of hair just get coiled around something like that. And also, not to mention that it's just that one strand of hair. And also, I at first thought that that strand of hair was coiled around him like that. It was because I thought it was still attached to my head. it just got coiled around his hand for some reason. So I decided to sit up. When I sit up, I noticed the strand of hair was still coiled around his hand, meaning it was detached from my head. Yeah. So it was, when did it get detached? I have no clue. And oh, I couldn't even fathom what was happening at that time. Why would he do it so aggressively? I know. And again, till now, it happened like a few weeks ago because, you know, early August to late July to early August. I don't remember exactly when. Yeah. It was definitely late July to early August though, so meaning like a few weeks before this, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. And yet, there's no explanation. I have no clue. And then, like, it's not just, you know, I don't only just have a Natsume plush. I have Kwaku plushies. I have Esu plushies that sleep with me. It's just Natsume that has that strand of hair. How? The part that gets me the most is the fact that it's coiled around his hand, to be honest. Because that part really has no explanation at all. No explanation. No explanation. No explanation. This guy, yeah. But what do you guys think? Those of you who are hearing this for the first time, what do you guys think of this incident? Against all odds. Being the fourth wall breaker again. Yeah. It's pretty wild. You forgot to say that. It is wild. It's wild. Yeah. This is by far like... And that's the thing is, recently Natsume has not been doing anything fourth wall breaky. Prior to February, I'll say, and the dream I had about him, he really hasn't been doing much actually. So this is one of the more aggressive stuff. You're frightened? Oh my gosh, doing me? And wonder how much power Natsume has. Yeah, those few incidents are like the major things he's done. He's done way more. Way more. Oh my gosh. Ah. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Oh, another thing I can share about Natsume. Okay, Nurse Rex and Kino, those of you who have been watching me for a while, I don't know if I shared this story with you guys before. Have I told you guys about the apology gacha he did? Natsume? I call it the apology gacha story. Did I tell you both about it? Or like, did I tell my long-term viewers about it? May Esu protect you. Thank you, Dreamy. Thank you. Kino, Nurse Rex, did I tell you guys about that apology gacha Natsume did? I call it the apology gacha story. That's how I reference it. So if it's not familiar to either of you, that means I didn't share it in my chat. No, I didn't. Oh my gosh, okay, it's time for me to share that then. Oh gosh, okay. So, here's what happened. I'm sorry, I'm laughing so much, but okay, here's what happened. I dubbed this story the Natsume apology gacha because that's exactly what happened. So, basically, back in... Okay, this was before I became a JP player, actually. So, I was actually very active in the CN server at the time. So, Chinese server. So, basically what happened was, me and my friend went shopping for Ensemble Stars merch in real life. And we found these very cute concert tickets. They're fake concert tickets, of course, but like it's like, you know, rectangular, and it's like the picture of the idols on top of it, and it was really cute. And it was a blind box. So at the time, I really wanted Natsume because Natsume's picture on his concert ticket was his romancing cruise card. And I really wanted it. Okay? So, the thing is, one full box doesn't guarantee the idol you want, because one full box doesn't contain... At the time, you know, Esupuri wasn't out, and of course MDU wasn't out, meaning we only had the 49 characters that you know, from Fine all the way to Madara, right? So one full box, I believe, only contained 30 idols, not 49, meaning it doesn't guarantee Natsume. But I decided to take the risk and I bought the full box. Big mistake. Big mistake on my part. Good news though, I got every Knights member, and at the time I was a big Knights P, so yay! Very happy about that. But I didn't get Natsume, and I was so sad. Because if you guys are wondering how much money I spent, wait, let me recollect. I think 100. Yeah. Hold on. Let me think about it really quick. 3, 2, 7, 14, 20. I'm gonna bust out my calculator for this. Hold on, chat. Let me calculate how much money I spent on those concert tickets. Ugh. No way I spent that much, right? Okay, so each ticket was $7, roughly. And I bought 30 of them, full box. So $210. I don't think I spent that much though, but yeah, I could be blurring the lines. So yeah, $210 and didn't get Natsume. So that happened and I was very sad about it. I broke down in real life. I did. Thinking back on it now, it's just funny. Because if you guys are wondering, I do have that Natsume ticket, by the way. I have it now. I was able to find someone who is willing to sell him to me from a secondhand website. But yeah, I broke down in real life when So I was just really sad in real life. I broke down and stuff like that. Now, why do I call this an apology gacha? What happened the next day was ridiculous. So basically, when I broke down in real life, my friend started scolding Natsume. And she started shouting at him. She was like, "Why didn't you come home?" Like, she started to like get really mad at him. Like, "Why didn't you come home, Natsume? She spent so much money for you," and all that stuff. It was quite funny. And and basically what happened was, "That's too expensive for your bro." That was just I would say, chat, that was a very bad decision on my part, to be honest. I was being impulsive. Word of advice, don't spend that much money on like merch at one time, for real. Yeah, I would say that I was being like, I would say that I was being like quite impulsive with that purchase, because I really wanted Natsume, but I don't think that I really don't think I should have spent that much money at the time. This was, if you guys are wondering what year was this was back in like, I believe 2023. Yeah. So, but why do I call this the apology gacha? It's what happened the next morning, okay? So after the big scolding session my friend did against Natsume, and she got really pissed at him, basically. She got really mad. What happened after that was like, I kind of like really shakingly tell my friend, like, I hope that he'll make up for it somehow, because I'm very sad. Like, and then I was like monologuing to my friend, like I was very sad because of him, and then like, you know, like I just felt so like, I not betrayed, but it was like, it's a very shitty feeling, basically, you know. It just feels very bad that you like spent so much and didn't get what you wanted, you know. So I just basically told her, like, I feel so sad because of him, and then like, and I hope that he makes up for it somehow and everything like that. Because at the time, Natsume was already, you know, breaking the fourth wall via gacha system, coming home to me a lot in the gacha system. So yeah, I was just like monologuing to her, and chat. the next morning, at the time, CN was having an I guess like a CN the CN server was having like some kind of event where for a few days you'll get free single daily pools, basically. And I don't exactly remember what event it was, but like I remember doing a single pool in my CN server, and chat. I think I don't need to say who came home, right? That's why I call it the apology gacha. Because it happened the exact next morning of me breaking down because of him. And I have no idea, like, yeah. And if you guys are wondering, it was a gacha card of him that I didn't have yet. Yeah. So it's like, he gave me a new card of him in the game for free after he didn't come home in real life. You know that face? Of course he did. That's why I dubbed this story the apology gacha, because it was so coincidental that it was like the morning after the breakdown about him. And it was like a free single pool. It's not even a free 10 pool, it was a free single pool. And there was no rate up or anything, it was just like the normal 3%. So it could have been anyone, by the way. And it was him. Oh, I need to calm myself. Chat, I really don't know. I don't know. The things that Natsume does confuses me. It was, don't be mad, please, outcome. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, chat, another thing that he did, something that's very recent, at least he paid back by being home, I guess, yeah. Okay, chat, another thing that he did, I'm sorry, I know you, I know you guys love, I would say that, you know, I don't know, do you guys like these Natsume stories? I feel like they intrigue you guys more than anything. You guys seem very curious about it. But okay, one very recent thing he did. This was the most coincidental. There wasn't really anything out of the ordinary, to be honest. It's just a little bit strange. Is you guys know about the call function in Ensemble Stars, right? Where a character can call you at any time of the day. For me, I have never really set a time limit, so any character can call me at any time of the day, right? This is the game's choosing, right? Ever since the call function got implemented into the game, up until now, my calls have always been, my calls from characters have always been from late afternoon to evening. So around, give or take, 4 p.m. till around 8 p.m. normally. Sometimes, some days, no character will call me, right? Which is very normal. But for some reason, I believe, wait, when was this? Was this morning? Hold on. Right now it's midnight for me, if you guys are wondering. Midnight, 8th of August. Who wouldn't be interested? Aw, thank you so much, Dreamy. That's so sweet. Was this morning? Hold on, let me check. I believe it was this morning. Hold on. Was it this morning? Okay, I cannot really, wait. When was this screenshot? Hold on, let me, I took a screenshot of it. It was, okay, because now it's midnight, it says yesterday. So, the morning of the 7th of August, basically. Okay? The morning of the 7th of August. um, I receive a call for the very first time. I receive a call in the morning for the very first time from a character. Okay? How long has the call function been implemented into Ensemble Stars? And I have never received a call from a character in the morning. I've always received them from from late afternoon to evening. I've never received a call from a character in the morning. Yeah, never. And yet, on the morning of the 7th of August, I opened my phone to check my messages and I saw a very familiar name in the Ensemble Stars notification. And I'm like, no way he called me this early, right? And I opened it and yes, he called me at 11 a.m. Yeah. I woke up at 10. Yeah. And I checked my phone at around 11 after I had my breakfast. Yeah. And did my morning routine. Yeah. How recent is this? No way. Yeah, right. It was him. Yeah. And I could, and oh my gosh, like, I took a screenshot of it. I cannot show it right now because my phone is not connected to my computer, but yeah. Okay, translated, the call is Natsume talking about how things have calmed down at work and wanting to go for a walk. Yeah. And he says he's in a mood for a change of pace, so he'd love for me to join him if I'd like. Yep, that was the morning of the 7th of August. He has to be first, alright. He has to be the one every time. Yeah! What was he doing awake at 11 a.m.? No clue, man. No clue. No clue. Oh my gosh. He has to be the first for everything. Let alone calling me. Mm-hmm. Yep. Are you kidding me, Natsume? Yeah. Yeah. Also, Dreamy, you want since this is your first time here, you actually you weren't present for this moment, but one of my streams, I don't remember which one, I was rolling for Raika's Bright Me Up card, if I'm not wrong. Kino was around at the time, and Natsume interrupted with his Twilight Pentagram card. Kino, I remember you just gave the biggest bruh in chat. There was a stream where I was rolling for Raika's Bright Me Up cut, and Natsume, yeah, interrupted it with his Twilight Pentagram card. And then Kino gave the biggest bruh in chat, and I just started laughing. Yeah. Oh, wait, we can actually watch it right now. Hold on, chat. Hold on. This may be a bit of like, let me actually change the view really quick. We can actually watch that stream right now. Hold on. Hold on, this is getting... Hold on. Also, Raika was not the only person that Natsume interrupts, okay? Natsume has interrupted a lot of people in his time. And yes, that includes Esu. The first person he ever interrupted was Esu, actually, believe it or not. This was... yeah. It was something, alright? Hold on, let me change this to this one. And then let me... I'm gonna change the view so you guys can actually see it. So, hold on a second. Give me a second. Yeah. Hold on. I'm going to bring up my YouTube really quick so that you guys can see it. Again, if there's any audio issues, let me know, okay? I'm just going to play the stream. And I think I remember what stream it was. It was my stream where it was in the OnStar series, actually, where it was Yuzuru's stream. Yeah. I think it's right here. Hold on. It should work now. Okay, guys, this is gonna look a bit trippy, okay? But, you know. Let me know if there's any audio issues, yeah? Okay, let's see. Let me turn off my background music here. Let me turn on this audio here. Okay, hopefully there's no audio issues, but... Okay, so... It should be... When did I pull for Raika? Hold on. Let me try to find it. Oh, right here. And I was like, you know what? I have to do that someday. Alright, chat. Are we ready? I'm nervous. Look at little Raika. Wow, this looks very trippy. I should do one. Wait, let me skip forward. Wait, actually. Do one tempo? Did I do one tempo? I didn't realize my bottle was right underneath my table. I don't think... No. I think this means there's no 5-star here. Well, we did get a 3-star, Raika. Hi, father! I think double chat, yeah! Look at double chat! There is like... this place where I can get more. Okay, this was 20 pulls. No. Yeah, this was 20 pulls. Okay, this is... Oh no, this is the moment. Okay, I'll keep quiet for now. You... Really? Really? Really, Natsume? Really no? Oh my gosh. My reaction. All of our reaction, actually. It's the only Natsume gacha card I don't have, by the way. Raika came home in 50 though, which was amazing. So he came home 20 pulls after this, but yeah. And again, to put that in perspective, Natsume, I have more 5-stars of Natsume than I do 4-stars. Yeah. Oh no, I'm losing my train of thought, chat. I'm so sorry. I'm just so happy. Okay, let me move a couple of these cards over so that I can bring forward crying because he knows he's guilty. Yeah. I can't believe I got Natsume, and it's the Twilight Pentagram card. It's the oh, chat. Let me show you. Actually, let me show you. Look at this. Look. Just look. Okay, chat. Let's do a count. Okay, so okay, like, not counting is like, 3 stars, right? Okay, not counting is 3 stars. I have 1 down here. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 4-stars of Natsume total. Now his 5 stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I now have 11 because of his bridal card I recently pulled for. I have 11 5-stars and 6 4-stars of him. And the cards I'm missing, 2 of them are from tours that I missed out on, and only 1 is from a gacha. That's how close I am to finishing my Natsume 5-star collection, okay? So to put that into perspective, like I was just blown away that it was one of the 2 Natsumes I was missing, actually. Yeah. I have this one, I have this yellow one here, I have this blue one here. You know, this one is from a tour, I'm pretty sure, and so is this one, and so is this one. This one is the final gacha I'm still missing, but yeah. I think this is a gacha. No, this is a gacha, but he really came home for no reason, yeah. Really? I can't believe I'm asking really when it's Natsume. And yeah, I think from this fan count, you guys can tell how many cards of Natsume I actually have. Do you see that fan count he has compared to Esu? Esu, he's really far behind only because he doesn't have as many cards as Natsume. And yes, now Natsume still holds the #1 spot. Oh, I'll never get over that, man. That cross scout Natsume, he's gacha. He is. But it's just so crazy that, you know, that is like a, yeah, it's just so crazy. It's really just so crazy. This guy is insane. Yeah. Cause Natsume, when I did the count, Natsume total has, including duplicate copies of cards, Natsume has 19 total in my JP account alone. Natsume has 19. To put that in perspective, second place belongs to, believe it or not, Chiaki. Chiaki has 11. Including duplicate copies, Chiaki has 11, who is in second place, and Natsume has 19. That's how many times Natsume comes home to me, no matter what server I'm in. He's keeping his first place. Yeah, he is. He ain't going anywhere anytime soon, I don't think. Yeah, it's comedic. It's funny, but like it's just, it's certainly something, all right. Yeah. But actually, if you guys are wondering like what um if you guys are actually wondering when did he interrupt Esu, because I mentioned how, you know, the first person he interrupted was Esu, right? The very first time he interrupted was Esu's first feature scout. Natsume, I remember when I was pulling on Esu's first feature scout, Natsume interrupted him, and I literally just almost threw my device. I was like, really, Natsume? Really? He had to interrupt Esu on his first ever 5-star. That's like so like, oh my gosh, I can't. I have 2 across the servers. You have 2 across the servers? Are you serious? Guys, I really feel like we should do a tally right now. Oh my gosh. Can he come home in mine, please? Oh, Doing Me, you only have 3 of him. Oh my gosh. Doing Me, is he your favorite Ensemble Stars character? I hope he comes home to you. Yeah, Doing Me, he really should come home to you if you want him that badly. You don't have much. Oh, you're lying. You have 3. Yeah, but yeah, Natsume, I believe like in my EN server I have like, okay, in EN and CN combined, I believe I have 15 cards of him total, like including duplicate copies I have 15 plus the JP's 19. Yeah, 15 plus 19. So across my 3 servers, I play 3 servers. Plus 19. I have 34 Natsume cards. Missy, you love challenges. Dracus, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I love challenges? He kinda is. I love him so much. Oh, doing me. Limited Natsume added romancing cruise. Because I did like, you know, redeem Natsume cards with memory coins, so yeah. In EN, my main is EN. I have like 6 if not wrong. He's cute as hell. I need his cards. He's on my top 10, but I can't manage my resources right now. I have almost every Hinaka on EN. Ooh! Midori is also your favorite, so you can cope. Aww! Doing me. I hope you get the Natsume cards you want. Yeah. I have 2 event Natsumes and Twilight Pentagram in JP. Oh wow, Kino. That's so... Kino, I believe you've been playing JP longer than I have. And I have way more. Oh my gosh. Yep. That's how it is. That's why it just baffles me every time. It baffles me every time. It's very entertaining, I'll say, because it's like, you know, you'll never know what Natsume would, you know, do next and all that stuff, but yeah. When he interrupts my favorites, especially Esu, that's where I get a bit peeved. So, yeah. You do, but you've lost several accounts. Plus, I play on like every server at this point. Ah, I see. Yeah. So, oh my gosh, I can't with this. I'm about to come back to KR for like studying language reasons, but bro, I somehow have like every Hiyori. You have Hiyori cards, okay? Oh wow, that's on gacha. Oh, it's probably the thing where like, you know, like there's one character that always comes home to you in the gacha, you know? Yeah. But chat, that's the very funny thing about Natsume is whenever I reciprocate Natsume's feelings, he doesn't want to come home to me. Case in point, Natsume's Brightest Star card. That Natsume card was the very first time, apart from Natsume's Twilight Pentagram card back when I was playing CN, which took around 10 to 20 pulls for him to get him, I have never once pulled for a Natsume card deliberately. But the moment I did, which was Natsume's Brightest Star card this year in JP, he took 200 to come home. Meanwhile, Chiaki gave me 4 copies of him. Chiaki came home 4 times before Natsume came home once. So I'm like, Natsume, do you want to come home to me or not? You know? That's where I was so salty about it. Oh my gosh. The one time where I want him to come home and he deliberately waits until guaranteed. All joke aside, it's pretty cool to use your favorite game to study languages. Yes, I agree. 100%. For me, it's Hiyori and Meru. Himeru! Both are not in my top 10. Oh my gosh, that's so sad. That's so sad, Dreamy. I hope you get more Natsume Midoris, for sure. I think Tori eyes me. I got Egoist today. Recently got Fox card for free, and this guy have 8 SCR. 8 SCR, really? Of him limited card against your will. Wow, Kino. Natsume really playing hard to get. He is. Yeah. That's where I learned that, you know, like, sometimes it's better not to pull for Natsume deliberately. The only time was Natsume's bridal card. His wedding card was too pretty to pass up. Luckily, that came home in, I believe, 60 pulls. So, yeah. Yeah, so... Thank God, Enstars is KR version. I need Korean for uni now, but it's hard for me. for some reason. Good luck, Kino. Not 8, that's too much. You misspelled I and 8. Oh, you misspelled I and 8. I have no Tori card, so I can't relate. Oh, don't worry. We'll grow. Everyone will grow their collection the more they play. So I would gladly take them off your account if I could. That's the thing. It's like every time it's like, oh, I want to trade with my friends because that will make it very easy, right? But that's the thing. It will make it easy. That's why we can't do it. That's so sad. I'm not sure who comes often to you, but you only have 4 5-star cards of Mika, one of them bought from memory coins. Nurse Rex, I really hope you get more Mikas. I really hope I can bless you, hopefully. I really hope you get more Mikas. Sorry for your misspelling today, you're on a tablet. It's okay. It's okay. I do want my Tori too. Chat, another reason why I love Esu so much, this was before I started streaming actually, is Esu never disappoints me. I'll say that. Because Esu, I've never had to really, okay, I did spend money on him, but it was not due to me not being able to get him. Okay, what happened was, for those of you who were around for my previous Esu pools, I've had 2 so far. One for his Christmas card, the other one was his brightest star card. You guys know Esu never disappoints. He came home both times, perfectly, on stream, right there. But his leader card was where things was where I fell even more in love with him. So what happened on that time was when Esu's leader card first came out, which was, you know, this card right here. This one. I had extra income, so I decided to invest 80 pools. 80 pools? Yes, 80 pools worth for him. I don't remember exactly how much that costed me. It was around 50, I would say $50 maybe, around there. Yeah. And I decided to actually use those diamonds that I topped up, because you guys know I'm not a free-to-play player in Ensemble Stars or Genshin or like any game I play for that matter. But I decided to invest a bit of extra pools for Esu because I didn't have that many pools ready for him, because I just got done getting his first feature scout, and at the time I wasn't as active and I was still a new JP player at the time, so my cards were not really that great for farming and stuff like that, and just basically like life, you know. I didn't play Ensemble Stars. I played it daily, but not like for like more than an hour per day. So I wasn't farming for diamonds or anything like that. So I was short on diamonds for Esu's leader card, and I just had a bit of extra income, so I decided to just prepare for his leader card and top up a little bit. I say a little bit, it's not a little bit, it's quite a big sum of money, but yeah, 80 pools worth. So what happened was I decided to use my paid diamonds to buy unit outfits and get tickets back. So I think you guys know, in the shop, in the Ensemble Stars shop, if you use paid diamonds to buy outfits, you get a 10 pool back for some, and along with a group outfit that you buy. So for 300 paid diamonds, you get a 10 pool plus outfits, which I believe is, you know, to me, it's more worth it than just using 350 for a 10 pool, right? One thing that I didn't think about was Esu's leader card, the banner, it couldn't use those tickets. So out of the 80 pools that I topped up for Esu, what happened was I used 40 pools worth of diamonds to buy tickets and realized that I couldn't use them. Yay. So I lost half of my opportunity to get Esu. I was left with 40 pools because his banner didn't accept the tickets. You're only allowed to use diamonds for it. And I was very sad, actually. I was so sad because I wasted like half of the pools and I couldn't use them. But Esu, I love you, Esu. What he did amazed me. So because I didn't have anything else and I have no other ways to fund for pools for him, I just decided to just use the 40 I had left to just hopefully and hope he'll come home in the 40. And I was just praying really hard and just hoping really hard, and he came home in 40. He came home in 40. Like on the not on the 40th pool, but in the 4th set of 10 pool, basically 10 pool, basically 10, like 4 sets of 10 pools, basically. He came home in 40. So he came home using the exact number I had for him left, even though I wasted half of it for him, and I'm so happy he did. I'm so happy. Yeah. That was back in November of 2024, I believe. And now that Esu card, this Esu card right here, he is maxed out. He is one of the only 2 maxed out cards I have. The other one being Leader Natsume, of course. Of course it had to be Natsume. But yeah, this Esu card is maxed out fully. And I am so happy about that. I cried so hard if I found that out. Right! It's such like a heartbreaking moment when I found out that I couldn't use the diamond. I couldn't use the tickets. And then like I just hoped that he came home in whatever I had left for him, and he did, and I'm so happy because the chances were so low. And that just really just solidified his place as my favorite even more, because unlike some characters, not looking at you, Natsume, Esu has never disappointed me, ever. I have never... he has... Okay, it's out of my own decisions whether I want to top up for him or not, but honestly speaking, I've never had to top up extra for him, ever. He's always come home in the pools that I have saved for him. Yeah. That's why I mean by he has never disappointed me before. He has never. Has he come home early to me? Yes. His brightest star card came home in 30 pools, which is very early, along with Kwaku. That was the earliest he came home to me. Other times were like his Christmas card came home in 100, which is relatively early as well. So, but not early. So Esu doesn't necessarily come home to me the earliest out of every character, but he definitely has not disappointed me ever. And I hope it stays that way, Esu, for your Bright Me Up card. I believe in you, Esu. Yeah, so you guys, I know you guys keep updates with Ensemble Stars. You guys probably follow their Twitter and stuff like that. So yeah, when Esu's Bright Me Up card comes out, you guys know I would 100% stream to pull for that card. So yeah, that will be another pool session I have. But for the next major pool session, if you guys are curious what I'm gonna be, because I always stream when I pull for stuff now, is Odette. Yeah, I play Genshin, and Odette is coming on the 12th of August, and I'll be pulling for her. So I'll be streaming that day too. It will be the day. I will believe in Esu. I always have, and he's never disappoint, so I'm not going to let that hinder anything. Yeah. For Esu BMU. Yeah. I'm so excited. Yeah. I've been anticipating that card. So. Oh, you will get her. I hope so, Kino. And I hope you guys will watch me pull for her too. I have quite a bit of pulls for her. Yeah. I have enough pulls for a 5-star, I'll say that, but I am on 50-50, so yeah. I 100% believe Esu will come easily. I hope so, Nurse Rex! You guys have been so amazing to help me with my gacha pulls. Nothing has made me more grateful to you guys than the MDU pulls. Yeah. I I've had plenty of amazing pulls ever since I started streaming for you guys, but nothing has ever beaten the MDU pulls. Those have been the best. Those have been the best. Because 30 pulls, okay, I believe Mashu came home in 20, Juice Bestie came home in 30, Nozomi came home in 40, which is crazy. Like one after another. And it happened again during the following stream, so I have 2 copies per member now. It's crazy. And I cannot thank you guys enough for that. That was by far the most amazing pool session I've ever had. Yeah. But yeah, it's almost the month where it's time for me to give back to you guys actually, so I hope you guys will be excited for it. Kino, I don't think you're around for the announcement, but on September 1st, I will be releasing the silhouette of your mascot, and on the 14th of September, I'll be revealing the mascot and my fandom name to you guys. So from September 14 onwards, which is my 1-year anniversary as Ayame, you guys will not be referred to as chat anymore. I'll call you guys by your fandom name. So hopefully you guys will be excited for that. And your mascot will be drawn by me, so hopefully you guys will be excited for that too. So that's just God tier luck. Thank you, Dreamy. That is so lucky. I manifest in your luck for you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. That's so close already. It is. It's almost been a year since I started streaming. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. So, super exciting. Yeah. So, and a bit of like teaser is, you guys will, for those of you artists out there, because Nerds Rex has drawn such a beautiful fan art for me, which I treasure a lot, is the mascot will have a base form, but I'll give the mascot 3 different types of accessories. So if you guys ever want to make fan art or like any fan content and you guys want to put yourselves with me via the fan mascot, you guys can always choose the accessory that fits your personality the best. So I'll give you guys options in accessories you guys want to have on your own mascot. So it's like a customizable thing, you know? So there'll be 4 different versions. 1 version that doesn't have accessories, and 3 different accessories like differently on 3 different bases. So you guys can choose which one you like best, personally. But all four forms will be like, you know, official. So you guys can feel free to choose which accessory you want to add to your own fan illustrations and stuff. So I always cherish the moment where I was being called by chat. Oh, that's right. Yeah. But your fandom name will be more personalized to you guys, you know? So, yeah. Cherish the moment where I was being called by chat. Yeah. But it's time for, you know, us to evolve as a community together. And I think, you know, after you guys showing so much appreciation for my streams, I think the 1-year mark is the perfect time for me to give back to you guys in some way. So, yeah. So in September, you guys will be getting not only the, you know, the 1-year anniversary stream, but also your fandom name finally and your mascot. So I can't wait. And I guarantee you guys will love your mascot. It's adorable. Yonchi even confirmed it. My YouTube moderator loved your mascot. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a hit for sure. We're chat in the heart. You guys will always be my chat for sure. But this was a very nice chatting stream, wasn't it? Yeah, this was not really a tier list stream. This was a chatting stream for real, where you guys find out more about me and my story and history with Ensemble Stars. It was fun. It was very fun. Yeah. What's the takeaway here? My chat is awesome. What did I learn from my stream? I love my chat. No, I love you guys for real. Because it's always been awesome knowing that I stream for such amazing people. Yeah. Because one thing that really makes me so happy streaming is knowing that amazing people watch me and enjoy my streams. Yeah. I wish you could have been here from the start. It's okay. It doesn't matter when you join the fandom. It's fine. It really is so amazing that, you know, I can provide entertainment for you guys. So. Oh, I would say one thing as well is for this is for Dweemy, especially because you are new here, is another franchise that I really love to talk about on this channel is this franchise called Fragaria Memories. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a multimedia project from Sanrio, I believe. Yeah. And it's basically, you know, like a visual novel style series where Knights of Fragaria protect the lords who are Sanrio characters. The lords of this world are Sanrio characters, and I love that franchise a lot. So you can go back to some older streams if you want to see those. I'll be streaming more Fragaria Memories in the future. But for now, because I'm working on you guys, I'm working on the mascot for you guys. I don't have time to draw anything else at the moment. So, yeah, that's why I've not been streaming my, you know, drawing, because yeah, I don't want to spoil you guys what you guys look like. So yeah, Fragaria Memory pad. It's never too late for everything. No, it's never too late. Never. You're looking it up now? It's so good. Yeah. Love Fragaria Memories. Also, for those of you who are wondering, the reaction stream that I had of Fragaria Memories music videos, for now, I'm keeping it in private. It's not gone forever, it's privated right now. It's not deleted. Because I think I can actually make it public someday, but for now, I'm just gonna keep it private just to see and test the waters, you know? Just not to risk it. But it's still on my channel, it's just privated, where I reacted to the Fragaria Memories music videos. So if I can make it public again, I will. But for now, I'll be privated, for safety reasons. I'm already interested just from the Google search. Fragaria Memories is so good. Love it. Love that series. Oh, I thought it's gone. It's privated, Kino. It's okay. If I can public it again, I will. Yeah, but it's privated for now because, yeah, but I didn't delete it because in case I can public it again, you know. Thank you for adding to my list of fandoms I love. Do we meet? You can feel free to look into Fragaria Memories. It's such a good franchise. So good. Oh, wait. One thing I want to show. Hold on. I almost forgot about this. Hold on, chat. I know you guys don't know what I'm doing right now, but please pause and give me a moment. Kino, I know that it's been a long time since I talked about this franchise, but I recently because the thing is I've not been active in the game, but oh my gosh, this killed me. This is so cute. I want to. Oh my gosh. I want to show you guys. Hold on. Please bear with the weird cropping because I cannot really. Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Oh, my model is. Let's see. Yeah. Hold on. 8:30. Oh, this killed me. Hold on, chat. Wait, I'm trying to crop it properly here. It is 18 trip, yes. Chat, look at this. Look at baby Kafka. It's also Netaro sent after 2 years, so might be right. No, it's okay. Almost Kino. Look at baby Kavka. Look at yeah. Yes, correct. I keep forgetting Etori is Kafka. sorry. It's a baby Kafka, so cute. Oh my gosh, he's so adorable. Look at that face. It's so cute. I put it and translated the story. Oh my gosh. Who is this sweet bundle of cuteness? His name's Kafka. He's from this franchise called 18 Trip. I have not streamed this game in forever because this game is more AFK than anything else. I still have the game Kino, so maybe one day I'll stream it again, but 18 Trip is more fitting for chatting streams. So yeah, since the game is mostly AFK and story, so he's so cute. Look at how cute. He's so adorable. I love him so much. Ah, Baby Nagi too. My moderator loves this picture because this is her favorite character. Look at Baby Nagi. Oh, there's also Baby Chihiro. He's like 7 there. Oh, Baby Chihiro. Yeah, that's my BF when he was small. It's very chatty. It's very chatty wolf. Yeah, because it's mainly it's very story based for sure. Unfortunately, you know, I don't have enough because I'm inactive in the game. I don't have enough diamonds for them, so I cannot pull for them. But that doesn't mean that, you know, I cannot like have their pictures because they're so cute. Oh, there's no, there is no. I cannot find. Okay, baby Chihiro's not here yet, but look at him. Baby Renga is cute too. Baby Renga is very cute. I saw Baby Renga too, but yeah, I love this. Love this visual right here. Maybe I can like crop this so that you guys can see this better. Hold on, let me see if I can crop it. Let me see if I can like expand the cropping here. Oh, wrong button. Okay, hopefully you guys don't mind the scuffiness of the crop screen, but this is the best I can do, unfortunately. But yeah, look at how pretty. Yeah, love Chihiro. He's so pretty. I need to read chat. Hold on. It was so cute when Kafka's card was announced, right? And middle school Ranga. Yes. It's so cute. Is there any Netaro news? To be honest, I haven't opened my tablet where I had the 18 trip like in forever, so I'm out of date. Netaro, he is. I believe the current event is starring him actually. Yeah. I could be wrong though because like I only recently re-logged in, but I think Netaro is like one of the main characters in the current event. So but the global server is very different from the EN. Oh wait, no. This is all JP. Sorry. I forgot that 18 trip is all JP. So do you recommend these games? You're interested now. Okay, Fragaria Memories doesn't have a game yet. Fragaria Memories is getting their game in early 2027. 18 Trip, I would say it's a great game, definitely. Especially if you like tower defense and AFK style games. And if you like story-driven games, 18 Trip is very good. Yes. That's what 18 Trip is. It's a very story-driven, very AFK, and very tower defense style. So if you like those three things, yes, 18 Trip is a very good game. Yeah. You get like 30 pulls a month. The game is really grindy. It is. I'm getting my tablets boot up. The only thing about 18 Trip is like, there is no English translation or anything, so you're gonna have to translate the stories on your own because there's no global version. There's only JP, so. But Baby Kafka basically killed me. He's so cute. He's so cute. Oh my gosh. But yeah, there's always something like amazing about these franchises because they have such good characters. You can read the story translation on the master list. Almost every event and every story is there. Yeah. I do recommend the game and support it. Kino plays the game the most out of everyone in chat, me included. Yeah, Kino is the one that recommended 18 Trip to me, and I still occasionally log into it, but I'm just quite outdated with it because the grindiness of it kind of got to me a bit, so I kind of took a break. So, but it's definitely such a good franchise to talk about still. I love the franchise still, despite not playing the game as much. I still have it though, in case. So, I also might recommend Idol 7, KHM. The game, it's a bit old, but it's still great. It keeps going. Kino, you have so many recommendations. It's crazy how many games you play, Kino. I'm curious how you keep up with it all. It's crazy. But Dweemy, if you ever play 18 Trip, I will be very curious to hear who is your favorite character. So. Yeah. The last 18 Trip stream I had was pulling for my favorite character. Yeah, which was months ago at this point, but I still love Akuta. He's so cute. I have to support it sadly. It's good but grindy. It's just grindy. It's just grindy. I love the franchise though. I'll let you know when I do play 18 Trip. Sure! And another franchise that I love to... Oh, wait. One more franchise, chat. And I think... But this is a franchise that very like I'm talking like people who watch me very early on, actually, because I haven't talked about this franchise in a while, actually. Hold on, let me go and find it really quick. Maybe my long-term viewers would know which franchise it is, but yeah, let me just bring it up really quick. Oh my gosh. Hold on. This is the final franchise that I can really think of off the top of my head. The story is extremely well written. They're from the same authors as A3. A3's great. I only like actively play Enstars and Deltarune. Do recommend it too. Paradox Life is there, but they don't have a game yet. That's the key word, yet. But this is the final franchise that I love. Twisted Wonderland. I love it, and the last time I streamed it was so long ago because it was pulling for Birthday Lilia, but I love the game. But the reason why I've not been streaming it is because I only log in really to do birthday events and stuff, and also doing a few events here and there because I already finished the main story, so there's really not much of content I can really show, to be honest. But I love Twisted Wonderland. It's so good. Such a good game. I love it. I still continue to play it quite actively, I'll say. It's just not on stream. Yeah. Guaranteed though, the next time I stream Twisted Wonderland, I can promise is January 1st of 2027 because that's Lilia's birthday and that's when I pull for his birthday card again. But other than that, I don't think that I would be pulling on anyone else because right now because Twisted Wonderland I play the global version, unlike for Ensemble Stars and 18 Trip, even though 18 Trip doesn't have a global version, but Ensemble Stars, I play JP. Twisted Wonderland I play the global version actually. So right now the birthday series in the global version is the Slumber Party series where they're wearing pajamas. So I've already pulled for Lilia's Platinum Jacket card, which was his birthday card this year. January 1st of 2027 is his Slumber Party card, so that's when I'm going to pull for Lilia again, and I'm currently saving my pulls for that. But in terms of but I'll probably be streaming Twisted Wonderland more next year because next year I have quite a few characters I want to get because of the Le Bon Bon series, the chocolate series. So I'll probably be streaming that more. So yeah. Let me read chat. Love the game. I'm here since almost realized, but I still love it. I'm a Riddle and Floyd fan. Ooh, almost 7 years with those guys. And all that for Riddle and Ace with Chenya. It was actually our first. What's that word, Kino? Just say Ninook and project. Oh. Almost 7 years. Wow. You guys have been playing Twisted Wonderland for a long time. For me, I started playing Twisted Wonderland a couple years ago. Maybe I definitely started playing it after Ensemble Stars, so maybe 6 months after Ensemble Stars actually. So December of 2024. Yeah, that's when I started Twisted Wonderland most likely. You're installing 18 Trip right now? Wow! Okay. You're so outly. It's okay, Nuzrex, don't worry. It's fine. You can chat with us about anything. It's okay. It's basically a project that caters to women music project. You misspelled the word JP for. Oh, okay, got it. But yeah, those are like my franchises that I really just love. So we have Ensemble Stars, Twisted Wonderland, 18 Trip. Those are like the 3 major ones. I love Genshin as well. I play it a lot. I love Star Rail. So, and Fragaria Memory. So those are like the 6 franchises that I really, really like and follow really closely. So Ensemble Stars being the most. So, yep. That's so like, there's like so many like things that I'm able to share with you guys now. Yeah, because prior to this, it's like you guys watch me play games, but now 1 year is approaching, and you guys should know like the whole spectrum of like things that I normally love, so that when I start streaming for certain things, you guys would know why and stuff like that, like immediately. So oh my gosh. I have a soft spot for, talking about Fragile Memories, I also have a very soft spot for Sanrio characters in general. I love Melody so much. Melody is by far my favorite. But yeah, Fragara Memories is like an extension of Sunreal, to be honest. That multimedia project. Good night for you, sayonara. Bye, Drakus. Have a good night. Yeah. Alright, guys. It's actually 1:30 a.m. right now, so yeah, let's wrap it up. Yeah, I didn't even notice the time. It's 1:30 a.m. for me right now. Oh, it's late. You're a Cinnamon fan? Oh, that's cute. Love Cinna. Love Cinna. I call him Cinna. Cinnamon. Cinnamon. He's very cute. Alright, guys. It is such a fun experience. This stream took twists and turns and everything, but it was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed chatting with me. It was very fun chatting with you guys, and I had such a fun time. Kino, love for Chaco. Hey, Kino! Chaco! The stream have been so fun. We forgot the time. Yeah! It was so fun. I thought it would end with the second I joined. No, Kino. It's fine. It's fine. Always make extra time to chat with you guys. Yeah. Oh, this has been fun. Thank you for the stream even though you were late. It's okay, Kino. Don't worry. But I hope you... Nurse Rex, you love Kuromi? Yes. Love that profile picture, Nurse Rex. Love that profile picture you drew. I never wanted this to end. I was having so much fun. Don't worry, Dreamy. You can always come back tomorrow. Because tomorrow, Kino and Nurse Rex are very familiar. Tomorrow is the continuation of the Ensemble Stars series. And tomorrow is a bias of mine. Kohaku! I'm so excited for that. I'm so excited. So, this week would be for... Tomorrow would be for Kohaku. Sunday would be for Nikki. You'll be busy tomorrow though. Don't worry, Dreamy. You can always check again, because I always have schedules released on every Monday, so you guys can actually see the time zone and see and like correlate it to your own to see if you can make it for my streams. Don't worry if you can't. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Kohaku's tomorrow and Nikki after him. Dreamy. You'll be out for mental health stuff. Good luck. Hopefully you'll see you soon. Yeah. But regarding next week, just quickly to just really wrap it up here. Next week, you guys can expect Undead, of course. We got Grandpa Ray and Kaoru next week. And along with them, we have one Genshin stream on the 12th, which will be for me pulling for Odette. So that will be the schedule for next week, roughly. Yeah, most likely it would just be those 3 streams, so. Hope you get better! Hope you get better, Dreamy. Hope so. Yeah. Oh, update really quick. I'll show you guys the progress tomorrow, but I am very close to getting the 10 memory coins from the current Stranger Sun tour. So Kino, you will be seeing Soma and Ibuki in their Loudest Bugs outfit very soon. And I'm very excited to put Ibuki in a new outfit, finally. So, hopefully you guys will be ready for that. I'm at 29 memory coins right now. 28 or 29, around there. And I'll get an extra 10 when I finish the tour. And I'm so excited. So, yep. I'll keep you guys updated tomorrow. Hopefully you guys can attend tomorrow's stream with Kohaku. And yeah. Have a good rest of your day for the daytime people. And for the nighttime people, like myself, rest well, everybody. Hopefully the nighttime people have a good rest. Alright guys. Love you guys. Bye. Have a good night. Bye bye.